away from nature, basically. To think, oh, and you think people they want to be all fresh and clean, and I'm all fresh and clean, and this and that, and they don't get any of the important nutrients, and then later on, when they get weird cancers, they wonder why. It's because you're missing something, like you didn't get this vitamin, or you didn't get this uh, microbiome organism. You know what I mean? So it really is a play like that. Variety is the spice of life.
Yeah, make sure you go outside and get some sun too. That's a big thing.
100%, 100%. Matter of fact, some people
In
even
the
think that that's
mornings
just
too.
enough. The sun alone, what photons, those. I mean, that's your energy. And who was talking about fasting earlier? Fasting they took out of the Bible. I mean, to be honest with you, we're like any animal. Like we had to hunt for shit for like hours and hours and gather stuff to have that one meal at the end of the day to replenish. That's like too when they say, most animals eat and then go to sleep, but they tell you not to eat and sleep, probably only because the shit that you eat is no good to sleep on, of course. But I mean, if you ate like a regular meal, you could sleep right after, no problem. Your body does most digestion in the sleep. So yeah,
All right,
I
guys.
don't know.
Real quick, it looks like we got Solana rebounding here. Pretty nice. 145. Bitcoin back up to 94. Meme wise, things are holding still. We got Troll 34.2 mil, Lemon 8.1, Land 3.5. Land is kind of ripping here. We got Cha Cha 1 mil, Shortcoin 2.1, Man vs. Gorilla 2.4. And that neat token that we caught at 100Ks at 8.8 mil. Dupe rebounded pretty nicely, 3.5 mil. Trencher 5.9, Dark 20.4, Let's Bonk 4 mil. Um, what else we got here? Sup Friend 2.6 and Wizard at 3.6. Damn, somebody used our locked in. Um, Motherfuckers took our locked in meme from our X chat. You guys see that? There's a locked in meme for we don't need a job. Damn. Not an official call, but I just realized that it's like the LinkedIn logo, and it's the logo that I've been using on my X group from the day one, and now it's a meme. It's at 700K. But I'm liking the trenches, guys. Things are healing. Wednesday, April 30th. Happy Hump Day. Everybody retweet the space. We got the Crypto X Town Square. We're actually also live streaming right now as well while we trench. So if you have any alpha, if you want to contribute to the conversation, if you've got any questions you want to ask about crypto, feel free to raise your hand. If you want to come up on the stage, you've got to raise your hand, retweet the space, and make sure you're following all of us up here. And we'll go ahead and get you up here. But if you got any alpha, any low market caps, anything happening in the trenches, any updates on the majors, feel free come up. What's up, J Rum?
Yo, have you seen this bed coin? It looks like it's trying to stay alive. It looks like it might just take off right here, but
Bedcoin?
yeah, it's like buy and sleep on it.
Nah, I haven't seen it. Dude, there's so many of those derivs. What's the market cap at?
It's at 197 right now. It went up to like 800. I got in it last night, like around this time, and then it went up. But it looks like it's trying to reload right now. But I don't know what you
I'm
think.
just happy Housecoin is holding 100 mil, dude. We really need this. Send the alpha. Let's just get it to 250 mil. Let's get it to a quarter of a billion. L, did you get any Housecoin?
Yeah, and then I sold it because I was impatient. This was
Oh, on the first retrace, right?
yeah. So it's fine. I'm like so used to it at this point.
I
Dan
think a lot of people
shot
did that because
ocean.
it was market PTSD. Usually it takes one project to come back and bring things back, and most people fade that first one because they're still thinking it's not the one that's going to bring things back. So usually when an alpha like this happens, the whole market should want to push it and not vamp it, because if it can't survive, then that means the market's not back. You know what I mean? Which is why I wished Puys which is why I wish the whole market would have got behind Puys, or which the same thing that I was trying to say for RFC. Whenever I feel like an alpha forming, we should want it to live for more than a day or for more than a week. We should want it to get to 1 billion to trigger the trenches. You guys get what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. It almost feels like with Troll and House that we're getting back to the point where people are starting to get scared to sell. They don't, they don't
Yep.
want to sell.
Yeah,
That's
back to
a good.
hodling.
Yeah.
It's good. Creates buy pressure.
But I don't know what changed in the last 2 weeks for RFC to have not been higher or to have not broken the 100 mil. I mean, I didn't know too much about that meme, but that kind of surprised me. Unless they all just had their targets at 100 mil.
You said that locked in is something out of your chat, Shogun? The one that
No,
number one on
the picture, that they used for locked in, it's the profile picture for my group. Like our private group is that meme, and it's been like that for a year and a half.
Yeah, and Palace
Oh,
called it in the. I didn't get in, but I think around like 100K in the town hall telegram.
Yeah, see, you guys gotta shill it to me better. You gotta say, hey, it's the locked in that's the meme on your group, because then I would have fucking aped it right away.
yeah, that's wild. The one I got in yesterday, before you cut the space off, I got into Cope. I was gonna chill the ticker, but yeah, it's doing pretty good
Oh yeah, what entry did you get on that, by the way?
right away.
Fuck yeah. What did it rip to? Like 1.2 mil, 3 mil?
Almost I think 1.5. I mean, it's a good community. I mean, a lot of people were down on like Alex and a couple other people that are associated with that, but they're pretty good. They got some solid callers in there, some real sleuths. He's always like auditing different protocols and stuff. I mean, he's on top of it. He's a good trader. I mean, but then again, I mean, any good trader can throw stones down on their disciples as well. So, I mean, it doesn't matter either way. It's one time or another, if the good shepherd's there or not is to be said. You know what I mean? It's like the same thing. You're kind of shepherding all these people in the right direction. Like you were talking about, separating yourself from the follower wallet, what, yesterday or the day before? Just kind of starting a fresh wallet and not being copy traded. So, I mean, these are things that we have to realize, though. But good leaders are going. You got enough people behind you, you can move the chart.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it's a game of trickle down. I mean, it's still the Warren Buffett trickle down effect, basically. I said this last night too. We ran a super late space with Tom. And the whole bunch of people come in. There was controversy, and Trev came in there, and a bunch of other stuff. And we were talking about that, and somebody said even I don't know if you said it. The trenches are healing is like your original saying or whatever, but people were in there like the trenches are healing. And I think healing in a whole is people actually guiding people in the right direction and not rug pulling as much as they used to anyway. And I mean, it only takes that to lead people up, like, yeah, you're making money, and then the 10th play is like, well, this is the one where you get them. And the whales are privy to that, like, and that's just the way that it is. I mean, and I said last night too, some of these people that started off, yeah, they took a lot of money, but if you followed along with them and you did their plays and you got into their projects as they went along, you were, inevitably going to make money no matter what. But most people will, get jaded and shut right off on the first rug. You got to remember all that money's been intake. So if they're still making content and they're still going, that means that you have a chance to get in on the bottom floor of the next one or the next one or the next one. I mean, even though how much we don't like to say that to move on to the next one and the next one, but that's kind of what it takes to, to move these charts as well. Because I mean, look over the last year about how many coins have went already. I mean, we're not talking about the same shit as were beginning of last year at all. A lot of these coins died, and that's kind of the movement that we make, is because we want to stay away from institutions as well. But we're getting sleuths from, brokers and bankers that are being released, and they're opening to this world too. So the institutional money starts to come in, Wintermute, market makers, all these things. And that's why the meme coin needs to move, and it needs to keep changing its trend. It's hard to just sit down and be like, oh, we're just going to adopt Pepe, or we're just going to adopt this one or that one, because it just doesn't work like that. I mean, there's always going to be like a Pepe of the cycle, and it's going to be one coin. You're not going to know what it is, and that's just the way that it is. Because if we don't keep moving the money as well, even though it's a casino, we need to keep moving the money that way, that they can't predict either where we're moving. So it follows the trend line and memetics, as you call it, you know?
So I just saw a notification that said that U.S. is reaching out to China about tariffs.
Are you serious? On the fucking, with 90 minutes to go and a monthly close for equities?
Did you see the guy that did the shipping video, where it shows like there's like a tremendous amount of ships just docked over there, China, Singapore, these places, they're just sitting there, and then they showed the United States shipping, like there's nothing, there's barely anything coming over at all. They're just all stagnant in the water right now.
God, speaking of shipping, they got another deriv, UPS, unemployed people sending. Man, how many more fucking derivs are they gonna launch?
That's how you know the alpha is serious.
Yeah, that's a good point, bro. That's a good point.
When there's like a million derivatives. But yeah, if you guys catch anything good, definitely raise your hand, come up.
I mean, at this point, you go right at the source and launch a deriv coin. You just call it deriv coin, and then you basically retard finder coin, but for all derivs, and you just, you make memes out of all the derivs at this fucking point.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fartcoin's been recreated quite a few times. And the chick that made Fartcoin the first time, I think the very first Fartcoin, she woke up to like 2 mil in her wallet. It was, yeah, it was a blonde chick with glasses. I remember like it was yesterday, and this is going years back now. It's like, you launch a coin called Fart. We said that last night. Like, imagine you're like, your grandkids are like, grandpa, what did you do that we have all this splendor and grandeur, and you're like, you invested in a fart like 50 years ago. I mean, it's just funny to think about it. Like the coin that, that you did, that you got, it's just going to be funny. It'll be a funny story. And farts are always funny. Like the kids, or, when you fart, rip one, it's always a funny moment. So, and it's something we all do. I think that's why it's done so well too. It's just, it's humanized.
Yeah. You guys think that memes will take the form of closer to real world narratives, like closer to how Trump coin is, or do you think it'll still maintain its degen flair? Like, I'm thinking, I got like old TradFi guys that are ripping memes now just because they're bored and they got nothing else to fucking do with all their money, and their thesis is like, real world narratives like Trump and Grok and stuff like that, communities will form around. And it seems the trenches are torn, because when I bring it up to people, they're like, yeah, it's too smart. Like, it's just, that shit's like just too smart. Like, we need stuff like House, Troll, Pepe, Shib. So I'm curious what you guys think.
I mean, I think in the future it'll be like Fart Factory 5000 or something.
Because there are good memes that are too smart. You know what I mean? They're real world memes that are just too clever for people, and they don't resonate with them.
I think the
it'll be a mixture. It'll be
one of
half and
the
half. It's got to make you laugh, though, right?
yeah, but
Coddle is one of them. It's too
one of the
smart.
biggest psychological issues that I think we have currently that I think we need to heal by having these types of mature conversations and also rewarding the people that do the right thing and clearly showing people what would happen if you do the wrong thing is that as we progress forward with memes and memetics, we need the average buying population to understand that not everybody should be deploying and not everybody should be trying to get the first seat in. And because you have a million derivatives, and why do the derivatives pop up is because they see the potential value in the first one and they think they have what it takes to trigger it again, when in reality, if we all worked together and an alpha did what it did and it got to a point where it was respectable by us, nobody should be saying, let me make Fartcoin 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What we should be doing is being like, let's get our community in and try to be the fastest in instead of making a new one. Because ultimately, if we did that every single time, think about how much money and time and energy of communities' efforts are wasted in these futile attempts of trying to create betas. There can't be 6,000 betas. Now, I could be wrong. There might be one or two betas for every major idea that works. And I guess that makes sense if there's literally thousands of people behind them. But we don't need 1,000 derivs that go to 50K or 1 mil or 2 mil and then die. That's a waste of time, money, and energy, in my opinion. Yes, you make a quick flip, but like ideally in the long run, if everyone psychologically could get over this issue that we have, when an alpha runs, you don't care if you get in at 50 mil or 100 mil because you know it's going to a billion and you get all your friends in and you ape at 100 mil. Psychologically, if we got over this hump, do you understand what could happen to the world of memes, guys? We would no longer be a joke. Literally, everyone would look at us and be fucking aping with us if we would work together. Like this problem bugs me so much, and I know for a fact if we worked together, we would be so much more powerful in terms of like the science of memetics.
Yeah, that's a good
Let me
point.
say, I agree with what you just said, but I think it overlooks some fundamental flaw in humanity, which is that the people who are participating in memes have been conditioned by years of mass marketing and who they heard from got rich. Everybody is preconditioned to believe if they don't get in early, it's too late. And now early has been redefined as if you don't get in within the first couple hours, it's too late. But I agree with you, that's the wrong mentality. But I think trying to unwind what's already been set in stone is a problem. And to the earlier question that was just asked, I think there has to be a middle ground. These derivatives, they're going to have to phase out. And frankly, they've gotten so far afield. I mean, retard coin, fart coin, asshole. We can say what we want about the money that it makes people who have the good fortune of timing. But the reality is, most of the people in crypto are educated people, intelligent people, at least, if not educated, with enough self respect to know it's not that fucking fun to go after shit coins like that. It's just really not. We're just chasing gains. So where do we want to go? I don't think the pendulum swings all the way back to full blown utility or IRL tap ins like Trump and Melania and all that. I really don't think that's going to have the legs. I think it's going to have to be somewhere in the middle. And frankly, projects that offer what I personally characterize as meme plus. So it's got the same all the attributes of memes that people love and crave and want, but the plus meaning there's got to be some real world benefit, something tangible, something that we often refer to as utility but never seems to get delivered. We need that handed to holders of legitimate projects. And so what I mean when I say that is we need projects with things like leaderboards for people who have engagement. And I just don't mean spamming TG. I mean, like, for example, and I'm not there's no other way to do this than just to be transparent. So, I mean, I happen to be a dev of a project World Series of DGens that launched last week, but we are offering like, look, if you're on our X and you're replying, if I post out there, tell us your worst bad beats poker hand you've ever had, or the sports bet parlay that missed by one leg and you missed out on life changing gains. Let's interact as a community on the shit that brought us together in the first place, not just chasing green candles on a chart. And if we can come up with like community driven leaderboards and prizes and giveaways and get people inspired for more than just green candles on the chart, but because they have a voice that is listened to by fellow members of the community who think and feel and experience life similarly, I think that's where we want to go. Meme plus. Appreciate the time.
Have you anybody seen about FIFA creating a blockchain or rotating onto a blockchain?
Yeah, wasn't that last year? What's the latest of that?
Was it last year? Well, I guess I heard some talk about it today. I guess maybe they're going to be going forward with it. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear anything last year about it. I did hear something today though. It was pretty interesting conversation. But I mean, it's not surprising. They sell a lot
Oh,
of merchandise.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, FIFA had something to do with Algorand back, I think, in the early talks. I think it was last year, whether they'd partnered with Algorand or something like that. So maybe they're going to do their own thing.
Yeah, that's
Bro, they low key need to just deploy a pump fund on Solana, bro. Come on.
FIFA's the ticker.
Now all you got to do is put the copy trader on FIFA's Twitter.
Yo, do you guys remember the fucking cup narrative memes that were running last time, like 4 years ago? That shit was ridiculous. Oh, it was all on ETH too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's the original and that stuff. I remember. Like, are you
The
talking
world
like Ben Meta and all that?
Yeah, world nonsense.
Yeah, a lot of it is. I mean, just think their slogan's going to be, FIFA, kick you in your balls.
What do you guys think of internet capital markets? You guys think they're real? Have you heard about the theory of ICM?
Well, I mean, I would think that Constellation DAG and everything that they're hooked into already and all the layers on top of Ethereum, that's why I love. See, I don't think I've ever seen a coin get fudded as bad as Ethereum has. I mean, and maybe it's just because of Vitalik's alien nature, but yeah, I don't know, man. Ethereum seemed to get super fudded here in the last couple weeks.
It is. They're. I mean, everyone's just comparing the speed to Sui and Sol, but mostly I think it's based. Everyone's just trolling Vitalik. It's just a trolling frenzy going on, targeting him. They look at him, they want to troll him, and his optics completely tied to ETH. So
Yeah, it's true. And I've heard a lot of people say that too. Even a lot of the, people that's been here for a long time, big influencers say that, Vitalik really ruins it. Or if there's like a face to anything, as soon as that face gets, mutilated in any kind of way, it drops the whole project, which is, it's never good for that kind
yeah,
of
but you
thing.
know who doesn't give a you know who doesn't give a fuck about that is BlackRock. You know how many hundreds of millions of dollars they're putting into ETH? So they know they either know something or they don't give a fuck about the petty optics of trolling Vitalik, man. The shit they're building on ETH. I mean, ETH is going to be, it's the infra play. So you can argue with it or complain
Well, they
about it, but that's where they're heading. That's what they've chosen.
yeah, they own
Vitalik
a shitload of other stuff.
to put on a black t-shirt, a gold chain, go on Joe Rogan, and then everything will be good. I gotta go. I'll be back. Bye, guys.
I mean, wearing a Bored Ape head too. I mean, I don't know.
She made a good point. If he was to do a Mark Zuckerberg transformation, people would bid the shit out of ETH on principle. It'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much of a transformation. I mean, I do understand that, anything that's hooked to somebody, you can make it go down. I mean, it's rough in the public eye. I mean, ETH has a different sentiment. You got to remember things like this. Like we went over this the other day. Like Chase Bank, J.P. Morgan's Chase looks a lot like Coinbase's logo, and they're really heavily intertwined, and people don't even really know it. I think that J.P. Morgan's funded a lot of that, and Ethereum's actually in that block set as well. I mean, with all of its layer twos, like if you looked at the list, like there's a nice uh like spider web graph of all the ones that are hooked into, JP Morgan and the banking system already. It's unbelievable the connections that you can make. I mean, you could even go back as far as years where XRP's already had its business set up in China. They already have partnerships in China. They already have partnerships all around the world that people don't even realize that that's how far that it's gotten already. And I think that we're gonna enter a point where we're gonna see supercharged coins where you're not even going to get a chance to get in. They're going to dump all their funds, all their liquidity into the coin so they have it locked in perpetuity. And, I think that's it. Like Michael Saylor said it years ago, why doesn't Bitcoin just throw $1 trillion into Bitcoin and double their money overnight? You know what I mean? And I think that we will see these kind of events. And I mean, I think we've seen this too. And we all know how mind numbing it is, how fast it goes up in just a few days by 50% or more. So, people see a 20% retracement and they have a heart attack knowing that it could rip 50% the next day, like nobody's business. And the problem is too, the institutions now have the upper hand as well when they're coordinated and they can make it pump and dump whenever they want. BlackRock and Michael Saylor owning most of the Bitcoin isn't, exactly bullish because you remember hearing it for years, back in the day too. Oh, we need institutional adoption. I mean, but is that really what we need in decentralized finance is the question.
I've talked about this in the past, but the thing we need to avoid is selling and then allowing banks and institutions and governments to completely control crypto. And there's a strong possibility that that could happen. I mean, let's be honest. Look at the history. What do you do when bags go up? Chart go up, I fucking sell. Everyone, almost everyone does so. And then another thing to worry about is just wait till they learn what governance tokens are. So.
Isn't that Trump's next project? Didn't he say he's going to do something on truth with some governance? I hope that was a lark.
I'm not sure, but there was something recently. Yeah, I just don't know the details.
I mean, it all comes down to how many zeros will make a man happy. And it seems like some man zeros ain't enough. There ain't enough zeros to make them happy. And then you got the ones that are narcissistic. They want to control the market. All the powerful people, they want to keep a handle on stuff. The only problem is though they can't never stop us from sharing. So the guys that get a lot of zeros that actually want to share it out and better things, they end up getting hindered by the people who don't want that to happen. So we're poised in that kind of motion, so to say.
Land is pumping.
Well, I'd rather them just, get rid of taxes on land. I think that's the best option. You own your piece of land, you own your dirt, you own your house outright, one-time fee, you buy it, and that's it. You don't have to pay in perpetuity, and then through inheritance and everything else. And that right there, it never sat easy with quite a lot of people. But if you give a person enough money, they really don't care about it. And I think that's what we've come to that point. And I think that's what's gotten us here too, is that too many people became comfortable with the what they had, and a lot of people live in their own bubble. Like as long as nothing going around them, it's fine. But the problem is with that is that if you don't care outside your bubble, like the zombies are going to surround you and your bubble, and eventually they're going to break it, and there's nothing you could do about it. And you just sat there idly. Grown men stayed in their tongue as well, not saying the right things or going along with something because, it threatens to knock down their business. They use some of these social psycho, things as swords and shields now, pointing at, people's stuff to make them do what they want. And that right there is one of our biggest problems. You find controversy in Elon Musk saying, hey, we need to stop AI for 6 to 12 months. And then as soon as he gets close to the president, he wants to cut all kinds of regulations. And I mean, you could see that clear as day. It's because he has business interest in the regulations that he's trying to cut. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, paying $100,000 to dump some water, if it's just water, onto the land or whatever you have to do with what you're doing, that it's extreme, absolutely 100%. And I'm not saying that he's saying cut regulations for AI, but you just get poised in that position where it's like, you can't just change your mindset like that either. I've always loved his theory. If you're drowning in a boat and he invents a bucket or I invent a bucket that bails the water out quicker, why wouldn't we want to share that with everybody? And I mean, that's kind of why he released his patents to all the major car companies, for electric. If you think about it, we crashed in 2008 and bailed out all the automotive companies. What did we do? We actually paid for them to convert to electric. So they made it look like, oh, it was a catastrophe. Now all the people have to come and bail these car companies out. But what they were really doing is shutting down factories, taking away jobs. They were building new factories with the money that we subsidized to them, and they were using Elon's patents to make the new electric cars. So that was kind of the deal. If you've seen the transition and where Elon's at now, is because that's what he did. He allowed the major car companies to grab those electric designs that he made, and it elevated him up as well. So, I mean, it's not rocket science when you really look at the turn of events. I mean, for Christ's sakes, we were about to, subsidize the porn industry, and I think we probably did too. So it's just wild to think about all the things that's transpired in the last 20 years.
The rabbit hole goes so deep, brother.
Yeah, it's too much to keep track of, man. I mean,
Oh, you know what's related to what you were talking about though? About the people sitting idle in their own bubble and all that nonsense. I don't want to misquote you, but anyways, so what people don't realize is these people, which are a lot of many populations, it's not just America that's that way. It's like that in a lot of places. What's happening is you're undergoing like a slow stranglehold by your government over time through laws and regulation until one day you wake up and realize I'm fucking suffocating. You know what I mean? And then it's too fucking late.
yeah, that's pretty much what I said. But I mean, I think that, people become too happy too. Like it's like the Klaus Schwab there, you'll own nothing and be happy. And a lot of people, they don't really own anything that they have. I mean, they're basically just renting it. And you could see it. That's what we're coming into, as into painter, the subscription to the gardener, and it's like, there it is. I mean, basically that is it. You own nothing. I mean, we've already dulled ourselves down, modern man, to knowing just one trade. You know how many guys just know one thing? Like that's all you know? You become very obtuse in the things that you do. I mean, nonsensical isn't even the way. I mean, if a grown ass man can't change a tire, and I mean, eventually they'll probably make it so you can't change the tire. You have to take it to somebody. It's got some special tool on it. They've done this to the farmers too. They stagnate the farmers. The tractor takes over the horse, and then, the company takes over the tractor, and now you can't even work on your tractor in the field. They got to come get it, and it costs you tens of thousands of dollars for them to do that, all because they won't let you open the lockbox and get into the computer to reset it or change diagnostics inside the tractor. So you're pinned in this position. I mean, right to repair and all these other things. These are going to be major issues coming up into the next decade. I mean, right up 2030. I mean, we have all kinds of things coming online in the United States right now. So it's such a crazy commersion of all this technology, and I think that's all the growing pains that are happening right now is because of it. I mean, it's disrupting everything. Crypto, AI, we have a catalyst for, huge industrial boom. And I mean, it's already been pre-COVID. Trump's first presidency, they had already started building this stuff. And that leads right into Taiwan, and why the conflict with Taiwan is because we parked our chip fab right off the mainland of China. The Netherlands has the lithograph machine blueprints, and then we were feeding the chips into China. And of course, they're reverse engineering things. Like they don't even allow China to see the most, recent lithograph machines that make, chips for missiles and all these other technologies, our iPhones and so on and so forth. And I mean, we already have them, copying IP. And like the Japanese and the Chinese have always been great at innovating stuff. Like we'll show them the idea and then they'll just make it so much better. because they have this kind of time, in between. But that always happens too. It's like the person who founds it or creates it usually isn't the one that you see highlighted in history. And I mean, we see that time and time again with Thomas Edison and all these other ones, Nikola Tesla, and so on and so forth. Oh, the days when you could take a matchbook and strike it on a point in the truck, or get in the wheel well of your truck and actually work on it.
I strike a
Or
match
when
and
they
make the
had
whole place
engines,
burn.
they had fully mechanical engines where you didn't need a spark plug and you could start it without any electronics. It's those engines are super rare. So even if there's like an EMP attack, it's like it's gonna be like those cars are literally worth their weight, bro.
Just
You talking about like hand
crank it
Yeah,
up.
like
cranking to
fully
start it?
mechanical engines. There's like very rare cars that still have them now, but those things are fucking super rare.
I
I
have
bet
one.
Jay
I
Leno
have a
has
one
one
shot
too.
engine. Pow, pow. You got
90
one shot
not
by us. That has one.
literally 99% of vehicles are fully obsolete in an EMP attack.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I'm not a big fan of it, to be honest with you. I mean, taking Carino off the road just for saying something on social media they didn't like. And that right there is the most scariest part about it. Like, oh, a short insurance company, or, you're about to get paid out, or, oh, no, you're not.
Send you off the bridge.
Send you right off the road. And they don't even have to, and they could even time it where they take two people out at one time. That's the most scariest part about this all. Listen, an AI is going to teach us stuff that we might not have knew for 100, 1,000 years. And the problem with it is the more that they know about it, the more they can manipulate it. And that's just like medicine. That's what they've done with medicine. They know so much about it, they can get you sick and they can cure you. And, that's an age old villain thing. I mean, that's in Ninja Turtles. Shredder is trying to get everybody sick, and then he has the antidote.
You know the trippy thing you think about, like if we were to just focus on cars for a second, it looks like our technology has advanced, but in reality, like the practicality has actually gone back. And who produces all of our cars now? We used to literally be able to put it in neutral, roll it down a hill, and be able to idle it and turn it on. Do you understand how fucking practical that is? You cannot do that with any cars nowadays. You have to find an old school car to be able to do that. So if your car cuts out, you're fucked. Everybody's fucked.
Well, I
So
think
another
To
one
that's
that
what I think
replace
another
that's
one
what
all
that
the
all
keep
was
electronics.
about in the past too. If you sit and look at it, all this talk about Tartaria and the way that they used to harness energy, the more simplistic ways that we were able to manipulate nature, they kind of took it away, dumbed us down a next generation so that they could make these complex systems that we knew nothing about. Basically, that's what it seems like in a scenario of a like reset, or that we're in a simulation. I mean, if you sit and look at the point we're at now, it's all been a data gathering simulation. I mean, they're harvesting our data right now as we speak as well. I mean, we're giving his AI power, our voices, everything that we talk about. These are things that it's going to be looked at later like, wow, why did we even do that?
One that gets me to with new cars is on the key fobs, right? Is that you can't, if you go on a remote trip somewhere, right, and you want to put a spare key in that thing, like in case you lose something, right? You cannot like put a magnetized one somewhere because they can start your fucking car, right? It's like you can't even hide a spare key anymore with the damn thing. It's crazy, man. I
No,
wish it
they
was just
want it like that so
straight
they
up
can work
old
on it.
school.
Yeah, well, it's so they
What's
can
that?
work on it, and you don't get that privilege. You can't work on the thing that you even own.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I just want to hide a damn spare key, But if you do that, if you hide that thing, they can start your damn car. It's fucked up, man.
Yeah, they can start your car no matter what. They have the app. You buy
Yeah,
the
with the
app.
signal repeaters, but I think you have to, maybe there's a technique I don't know about, but I think you have to press the key fob to copy the signal and then repeat it or something. I'm not sure. There's a few techniques.
Okay, or I guess you could take the damn battery out. Maybe that'd be one way too.
I mean, it's nice if you think about it. I mean, we locked the keys in the car one time shopping, and you could just buy the app for $15 for the month and unlock the car from your phone. So I
That's
mean,
true, but like
yeah.
I was saying, specifically remote. It's like sometimes they don't even have signal. Like so. I've got like remote start on a rig, with the phone, but sometimes you're in spots where you can't even get cell phone signal. I live a little more remote up north, but so that doesn't even work half the time.
So I'm sitting and wondering to myself, as you say that, is the conspiracy, about where are their satellites? You would think by now, with as many satellites as they have in the air, that you would get, reception anywhere. Does that mean it's still relying on towers that, get blocked by mountains?
Well, yeah, for cell phone signal specifically, yes, right, but that's not far off, right? Where it's all going to be 100% cell phone based is going to be on satellite. They're starting to do it now already with your iPhones, but I mean, it's only a matter of time.
Well, I think I don't know the details on this. Someone here who studies this stuff may, but I think that's why Starlink was such a big deal, was because they're explicitly positioning satellites intentionally certain ways to gain good signals. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe satellites always did that. I
You
don't
know,
know.
by far one of the coolest technologies that we invented was mechanical water pumps. Zero electricity, just
RAM
common.
pumps,
Yeah,
RAM
ram. Yeah,
pumps.
they're
Yep.
ram pumps. They're just like
Hmm.
straight ingenuity and
Yep.
testing it and experimenting and knowing what to do. You could literally live off of that for your whole family, and you could, depending on where you are in the world, how cold it gets, if you maintain that thing, bro, like that's magic. That's literally magic.
Dude, like I go and visit old mines that were pre 1900s, and it just it's something I like to do, right? There's a lot of old mining up here, and man, you look at what those guys were able to do in like late 1800s. I mean, it was unbelievable the technology they had, and they were so self-sufficient back then. Um, it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy, man. Those guys knew a lot of stuff back then, and all that technology. I mean, it looks like I don't know if we could recreate it right off the fly right now. We just don't have the kind of manufacturing we used to. Um, those guys were freaking sharp and they were tough.
That's,
Power to the pioneers, man.
yeah, I sit and wonder about that. The buildings that's been built 1800s. You look at the time schedules on some of these things and how fast they built them, and you look at modern architecture and the schooling that people go through to do architecture and things, and you wonder like how did those popers, you know, peasants back then, or a lot of them, they weren't educated, they were artists, and that's where people don't cease to realize is that education formally is something that's been kind of constructed here recently, and that most people, once they get into a field or hyper they become hyper focused on something, is really when the talents unlock. But if you think about it, it's like they built the pyramids back then, and they're like, oh, how did they get the lines? How did they get them so close together? And they had hundreds of thousands of people over a course of a few thousand years to do this. I mean, look what we've done in such a short period of time, 100 years, the technology that we've created. So it's crazy to think about the architecture, though, that they were able to do and the crazy sculptures and stuff. And most of this stuff has not one mistake or mar in it. That right there is the whole key. Like, how do you do that with no mistake? Like, they must have been replacing this stuff like every couple days. You would think they would never get done.
There's something to be said about minimalism a little bit. Like, some of the I live in a historical district, and some of these houses are 150 years old, right? And what they did is, it seems like they're, with the new houses now that they have to be energy rated. And what they're finding is that in this climate here is that a lot of them fail because what they do is they rot from inside out because they're so tight, right? And so these houses they're having to they're not even 25 years old, and they're having to like literally rip insulation out, redo drywall and everything because it's so tight. Where the old homes, they breathe. Okay, there we go. Let's get this guy off. Who is that? Yeah, let's remove him.
Some ETH fag.
There we go. I
Feels
think
like
we
the
got
bear
rid of him.
market's coming back. I got attacked last night. I had a little space, like 5 people talking some good talk, and somebody came in and told me it was going to slit my throat and all this other stuff. Tom Spade had
Yo,
people break in last night, today. What the fuck's going on?
so I just got a notification, Moby AI news alert. Ripple is reportedly making a move to purchase Circle, the company behind USDC stablecoin, according to Bloomberg. Holy shit, guys.
Dude, I told you. That we were just talking about mergers. Let's fucking go.
Holy shit, bro. They want to buy the liquidity provider to Solana. Obviously, sorry, Circle for USDC, which is basically the main minting. Anybody that's minting right now for Solana, it's going through USDC from Circle. So, Ripple, bro, if you think about what's getting included potentially in the strategic reserve, if you remember what Trump said, he said Solana, XRP, ADA, Bitcoin. So this could be massive. That would be super bullish news. Imagine Solana partners with XRP.
Yeah, imagine ETH buys Solana and you get like Sol ETH.
Holy shit. Imagine it just all consolidates into one and then we were right the whole time.
And then our bags just go to Valhalla. Let's fucking go. That's why I buy a little bit of everything. Because if you think about it, like, yo, the whole premise of this place was the metaverse. So I knew when I got in here, I was like, oh, metaverse. I was like, all right. And then I found out what crypto was and the coins that were being created. I was like, yeah, I have a little bit of everything. Like, if you don't have a moon bag of all the majors, even if it's $500 or $1,000, you'd be retarded right now. I mean, seriously. I mean, you go to the guy in the end of Ready Player One when he's like running away and all the coins are coming out of him and shit. Yo, that's me. That's me. I'm gonna be that guy.
Yeah, guys, things are holding, dude. I was expecting shit to be shaky, but Solana's 145. That locked in project ripped to 1.3. It's back down to a mil now. Land. House is holding at 100 mil. Like, there's buys coming in up here at 100 mil. It wicked up to 113. Land retraced back down to 2.5, and now it's back up to 3.4. Things are looking good, guys. Things are looking good. So far midweek, we're not too bearish. Let's keep it up. Let's definitely keep it up. And yeah, the people coming up on the space happens like once a month, probably. They switch different usernames, so you don't know who's who.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I ran space for years back in the day. I just took 24 off basically. Spent with the kids and stuff. Went away. Got a little mind freedom. Was writing a book, so I mean, it was destined to be. But yeah, we used to have people come up into all kinds of stuff, dude. Spam, the jumbotron, especially if you're doing good too, bro. The haters, they hate hard. You know what's the greatest part though? When you're really good and witty, and they come in and they say something, and you just totally obliterate them. Like the guy came in last night, like his profile picture is called "This is a good sign" or something. You've probably seen him around. This guy, he's a troll. Comes in, he's like, yeah. He's like, you could find my dick, and I was like, yeah. probably be the first person that ever found it. And like, dude, that was it. Like the whole conversation just shut down, bro. Like, and then he tried even harder, and then he went into the, they go into that mode where they're like, well, I'll cut your fucking whole family's throat. Like, dude, like, what the fuck? Like, people are sick, bro, for real. Don't get me wrong, though. I love some good banter. I mean, you can't take the jargon out of the military.
I'm touching up on that, Shogun Mastercard's announcement to that they're integrating the USDC to enable that is freaking huge, man. I mean, it's big news. I don't think people even realize. So stack your soul, folks. I believe in it.
Well, Made in America is a good way to go right now too for the tax rebates. And if you're in Canada right now, I just want to reach out to you from the United States and say that we will continue to press forward and finish what we did in a few hundred years ago when we should have sent the French fried faggots back to France.
That's you know what I spent my last summer's Independence Day in Canada for the first time. Usually spend in the States, but we celebrate Fourth of July by celebrating the fact that we kicked the imperialist out. They celebrate it by saying they made a treaty. I love Canadians, but we've got a different idea of what independence is, no doubt. So I have a lot of Canadian friends. My wife's a bit Canadian too, but anyway, fuck that, man. We know who's boss around here, folks. You just got to understand who your big brother is and show respect. But yeah, I got nothing but love for Canada, but that is not the direction I was hoping they'd be going, man.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, and Australia is right behind them, and the UK turmoil.
Oh yeah, I mean, and you know how I mean the way the media feeds what the narrative is on the street actually is not. It's still being manipulated, like all this MS-13 bullshit. With the knuckles and all this. I mean, that's absolutely a media spin on a narrative there. Um, it's still the same shit. We know who's running the media. What's being said in real life on the street is completely different.
No, that's definitely true. I mean, they're going to push any narrative they want, and it seems more like division than it does anything. We haven't, right now in the United States, yeah, it's looking up. Trump's good. We haven't had more division in this country, I don't think, ever. Vaxxed, unvaxxed, Democrat, Republican. I mean, you're talking about a total cleansing of the House that needs to happen. And I think COVID was a precursor to that. Even though it was diabolical at its nature, it also served some good purposes as well. So I mean, we're poised in these positions right now where we need to take these radical actions that may seem, you know, not so good or looks like it's this, but you have to dial things back. Our countries, who's feeding, where's it coming in from? The import export was too much. Raw materials would be imported and exported now instead of all these little frivolous things that you have to go through, monitor, scan, and otherwise. So we have food companies as well being reorganized that were purchased by people who, in other words, could be our enemy or are our enemy, at hand. And espionage has been swinging for 40, 50 years anyway. I mean, we've seen it, Reagan and all these other presidencies, and what happened, Russia and so on and so forth. So we really are poised in this position where we really need to, take back a hold of the reins and make sure that these companies are doing what they're supposed to and they're not influenced by, outside entities.
I mean, we've all known that what has been going on is not very sustainable, so it's all part of the retracement a bit is that you got to bring it back to reality. I mean, shit, having everything made overseas, that's not sustainable. You got to retrace a bit. I mean, I don't expect everybody to be working in a damn factory per se, but self-sustainability is in the end might hurt a little bit, but it's gonna end up paying off in the long run. But it's gonna be a little bit of pain here for a bit. But I think from what I'm hearing, man, most people expect it and they're okay with it for a bit. So um, yeah, people need to lock in here for a minute. So
How many people said they'd pay $10 for eggs, $10 an egg to watch Trump do what he's doing, to kind of dismantle all these outside influence that's been, we have major companies that were built here by innovative Americans who have gotten taken over the years by outside entities where the money's just leaving the United States, period. The Googles and all this other stuff, like if you watch, their revenue streams go outside of the United States. We created these brands, you know, innovative, creative people in the United States, these businesses. I mean, look, you could take the documentary of McDonald's, for example, where the guy seen what it was worth, bought all the land out from under him. So, in all perpetuity, they had to put it on his land forever. And these are the type of things that's happened now, too, that we've gotten these other entities from outside of our country pressing in, and they have a stronghold on some of our infrastructure as well, selling power grids, power companies, highways, toll booths, and all these other things that are critical infrastructure in our country that should be maintained by the people that we put in place to serve the people.
we need to get back to people actually doing stuff, being doers, because it's the only way you can appreciate anything is if you've had to earn it a bit, right? I mean, it's just the way it is. And it's like it has been a little bit. There's a bit of entitlement, and people not really doing. It's actually building stuff, doing stuff, understanding how to be self-sufficient. It's going to be painful, but it's just the way it is. We need to get back to it and figure out how to do things again. I mean, and then there's still a lot of really talented people out there, but we're more of an entitled society right now, and people kind of, I mean, shit, kids nowadays, they can go to school if they want. They don't have to. I'm not necessarily a big fan of the educational system, so I don't mind if they're kind of a little bit rebellious against it, but you still, they're not, the kids are calling the shots nowadays, and that's fucked up, man.
Oh man, yeah, that's a whole nother animal subject right there.
Yeah, like, it's different, the interactions that you have with parents or the kids. They say, I'm doing this. That's what they tell their parents. And being a parent, you don't have to be a hard ass, but you have to still give some direction. But that's gone out the door, man. Is that the kids tell them what they're doing, when they're doing it, how they're doing it, and that's that. And you'll pay in the end, if you don't get that shit straightened out. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, people have lost the fear of God. That's the problem. They fear man more than they fear God.
Yeah, they don't understand what respect is, and you have to suffer a bit to understand what respect is. It's called chores, maybe doing your damn homework, all that kind of stuff. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of the education system by any means, but at the bare minimum, it teaches you, it teaches you discipline a bit, doing shit you don't want to do, and that's important. Is to do shit that you don't want to do, because it builds character. Um, we need more of that.
House 106. Shit's pumping. The Godfather he says on the space, $10 for eggs is ridiculous.
Yeah, $10 for a whole dozen. Yeah, I agree 100%. But I'd pay $10 for each egg, from here until everything gets straightened out, so that we have the means to do it. Because there's still a lot of things to do. I mean, Trump's just the beginning of this arbitration. You know, the infiltrating, isolating, and propagating of our country has been perpetual for the last 50 years here, pretty much. I mean, corporations have taken over to the extent where we're no longer able to sustain ourselves, and we have to rely on them. So even the education system, it began as teaching reading, writing, and arithmetic, and now it's turned into an indoctrination of our social psychological well-being, and it's all ass backwards.
Yeah, do you guys remember when you had the substitute teacher come in school, like fourth grade, third grade, fifth grade, and they didn't give a fuck, and you could do whatever you wanted, and it was fucking great. And then they were there for like a week, right? That's what we had with Biden. You had a substitute teacher, and now the principal's back and stepped into the school and gone, well, I'm going to straighten everything out again, but everyone's pissed off because you're getting away with fucking stupid shit for so fucking long that the only reality check they need is that, no, y'all had a fucking substitute teacher in. Now the principal's back. So stop being a little kid. Grow the fuck up. This is how the world is supposed to be. You guys are doing stupid shit. Now you can't get away with it anymore. They're just so used to getting away with stupid shit.
Listen, this turmoil not only creates a more sustainable economical force here, it also gets our children into politics as well. It's making them turn an eye to things that they otherwise wouldn't. Since we have a generation that wants to get rich on memes, crypto, and YouTube, and TikTok. I mean,
Don't forget OnlyFans.
oh yeah, I mean, and then you get down to that kind of degrading level as well. So you're starting to lose a huge pool out of people. So just like in SimCity, what happens in SimCity? I don't know if anybody plays it, but once you get to a sustainable technological, place where people are in place, they have their jobs, they have everything they want, they got their 401ks, they got the retirement, the car, the kids, all this stuff, you get to a place where, the kids are going to excel and make money, where otherwise they wouldn't have. So we've reached a point right now, like that's why the border crisis is like they teach you one thing and they say one thing or do another thing. Listen, people came over that border, right? We paid for that too. You think Biden administration paid all these buses, hotel fares, all this stuff that you see in the media that they tell you that they were doing. They were getting benefits and all this other stuff. So now what? So we're posed in this position like, oh, Trump's the hero. He comes in, they're all deporting him, Tom Homan, right? But we're paying for him to go out too. But a lot of those families are staying. That's what they don't tell you neither. And then of course you got all the stuff about the children and the distractions and this stuff. But these people are here and they're going to be working. like, but they're probably being placed better than they were previously as well. So, they can go right into society and they're already set up. And I think that was the main goal. They try to make it seem like, oh, well, this is a bad thing. Well, there they closed up the gate when they took in, 10 million people that are going to work factory jobs and all these other jobs that American children ain't going to do because they're going to be rich off of crypto and OnlyFans. I mean, it's the same thing, right? If you start to get the mid-level tier in Sim City, right, and then you need to build a whole new low residential, so the projects got to come in. You got to get all these people in to do the same thing, dude. It's so crazy how once the system is so big that it becomes easier to control in a sense, and it's wild. And then you implement technology on top of it, and it's like you can monitor everything. It's like where every person's moving, the dots on the maps. I mean, it's wild. I mean, you start to see Vicky saying, "I've decreased traffic by 50%, traffic accidents by 50% alone this year." I mean, how long has BlackRock had their trading bot? I mean, it's right. That right there is scary in its own. I mean, if you think about it, whoever had the original AI or wherever it started and the model they've been training to be this supremacy, quantum supremacy, singularity, they've been training this thing for like 30 or 40 years, on top of our data because Web3's read, write, and own. We were writing substantially during the time that this thing was being trained. I mean, and to watch it emerge now, military industrial complex is always at least 30 years ahead of civilian population in the United States traditionally. So if you think about it, the AI has been creating our future for the last 30 years, perhaps. I mean, technology, the way that it's went, so it's propelling us in this direction, and it's also feeding us information and putting things together that we would never knew for, could have been 100 years. I mean, medical breakthroughs are definitely around the corner. I remember I seen a dude do a TikTok said, "This is like the worst time right now to do anything risky or die in human history." Because I mean, we're like a decade away from the biggest breakthroughs in medical advancement in the world. I mean, look, Richard Hart, isn't Richard Hart big? He's big into life longevity, right? He has huge investments of Hex and Pulse into to life, like just extending life itself. So, I mean, yeah, it's crazy.
Yo, Shogun, I'm not gonna mention him, but I'm gonna scan something from Pump Fun into the TG. Having a look. I didn't know that Pump Fun updated so you could do banners now. But I'm gonna throw it in
Yeah,
here.
they added banners now. Deck
Very cool.
screeners shaking in their boots.
Good man. $2.99 to update or $2.99 to put it in and $1.99 to update. Like, come on, there's got to be competition to fuck those guys. That's good. I mean, I'm glad they're making money, but it's got to be cheaper and it should be Dex updates should be automatic with a pump when something bonds. They're
Exactly.
extracting so. But I'm gonna scan this in the TG now.
Yep. Pump funds making innovations, guys.
Yeah, the fact that they're doing their own LPs and this banner. I mean, honestly, yeah, Pump Fun's still building. They got a lot of people shaking, no doubt.
I feel like what they're trying to do too is put it in the hands of more honest people that don't have to go through influencers or paid promotion to get something going. but then again, I mean, they're making the streaming part a huge part of it as well. So we'll see. I mean, like, what's the accessibility to a Bitcoin machine where any of you guys live? Like, is it Reddit? Like, you can you go into any store and like cash in your cash and grab some Bitcoin anywhere?
That's a no, not for me.
Okay, so I mean, there's still some distance to be traveled. I mean, it's been in some places here for nearly a decade, and it's everywhere now. I mean, and you're starting to see the logo pop up all over the place. I mean, it's the adoption in the cities are huge, and that's why New York's been such a battleground for crypto as well. I mean, and if you think about it, like each state is going to adopt a blockchain one way or the other. Which blockchain is going to collect the most states, basically? Like, I mean, we already know, like Tezos is like, California. Some of their government stuff in California is already run on Tezos, right? If I recall correctly.
See, it's like like depending how you look at it. I had a discussion with a Bitcoin Maxi, and it was like, I'm not looking at a Solana to be my storage of wealth. I want to use it for transactional, for fast transactions, right? And cheap transactions. And then, I can basically use Bitcoin like a bank, like I do. It can sit in there. But Bitcoin's different. I don't need a Bitcoin ATM. I want a Solana card, or which I do now, a PayPal connected directly to Bitcoin or Solana or um, Chainlink, that type of thing. But it's all, I mean, it's happening. You look at MasterCard, that pin up top. I mean, it will not be long where you'll take Solana, put it in USDC, boom, it's easy, it's fast. It's going to be cheaper to use than That's why MasterCard's jumping on board, because they're not going to charge 3 to 4% a transaction. Once that becomes the norm and it's cheaper to use than traditional finance, everybody's going to be using it.
I mean, what's Apple Bank offering? Like 4% or something like that?
Yeah, I'd like to look at that. I mean, I've tied my business now to PayPal just so I can accept Solana, right? And I like to look and see what they're charging on Apple, but it's got to be similar, right? I mean, probably 3% per transaction. Let me look at that.
Yeah, I mean, no, I was talking about their bank though for interest. That I think they're offering like 4% or something. They've been since they opened it.
Oh, you mean in return? They're offering that big of
Yeah.
a dip? Really?
I mean,
Wow,
if you
that's
locked
cool.
up your crow, I mean, at 20%, I mean, they're offering more than traditional. Because you got to remember, most of these exchanges turn into banks, turn into advertising companies, everything will be in-house under one label. And I think that's kind of what the future's going towards too. And it's like a studio is the same thing, these great ideas that form with a central hub or an axle, and then they get these spokes and wheel going around it. Oh, hold on. Something just flew down out of the attic. Oh my goodness, my son, he's got so many freaking toys. They got 6 grandparents and 3 great grandparents, and the holidays. We got an attic full of crap that I mean, the toy market is such a huge market. And there you go. That's what I was just kind of tying it into, is that, these banks they'll be everything. I mean, instead of holding subsidiary in a different company, it'll be all under one brand.
Hey, so Apple Cash person to person is 3% fee. They also charge 0.15% of the transaction value, but also they charge the fee for credit cards and debit cards, which is anywhere from 2 to 4% per transaction. Yeah, not they're making their money off of that, no doubt.
I mean, that's what I keep saying about XRP too. Is the same thing. It's like once they're hooked into like the tolls, the Easy Pass, all the train terminals, like how many states will they be in? You know, it will be government adopted. They have to regulate it that, you know, they run on that system so that it's all coordinated and there's no, you know, you can see everything. I mean, that's the problem too. It always ends up like that. Like the best ideas and the best companies, they always start out with good intentions, but end up being taken over by people who maximize profit and, you know, they squeeze every last dime out of it they can and they ruin the companies. And even banks, same thing. I mean, what companies do we have that's left that that you hear about mainstream that hasn't been accused of dumping stuff in their product or unsafe, you know, materials used and all this stuff? Like it's most of them, you know, and that's what happens over a long period of time if not kept in check. You know, they broke Standard Oil up, but what happened? He just made a whole bunch of different companies, you know, that were basically shell companies of the same company. You know, it's hard to take that power away once it's gained, you know, or split it up or divide it, you know, amongst the people. And it doesn't work like that. It always ends up in a monopoly because it's what somebody wants. If all the people want that product, I mean, there's nothing you could do about it, really. I mean, and that's why franchise started too. So then you could buy a piece of, you know, what everybody wanted as well. You could own your own McDonald's and so on, you know, but the ground under it's still owned by somebody else.
Ray Kroc.
What was that, Dime?
The Ray Kroc. Yeah, was a genius.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That story right there is. But you know what? It takes that sort of people sometimes to come in and really envision the vision, you know, that the people started that they didn't see it outside of that, and it really does take that.
Now, unfortunately, on the
Hey,
food
Zara,
side,
look,
he just continued to cut costs, for McDonald's and get shittier and shittier and more poisonous food. But besides that,
so hey, look at this is what Solana Pay merchants face a point. It's minimal. It's less than 0.5% of a fee for all processing fees. Now, where a debit card generally is 2 to 3.5%, right? So already Solana Pay is way more efficient on that, and once that becomes more accepted widely, man, I mean, you're talking about saving billions of dollars for businesses there. It's only a matter of time.
oh yeah,
Well, and rightly so. We have loosened up some of this money that's being paid on old dinosaur expenses, like retiring people from a mine and paperwork, you know, that takes a decade. You know, things like this, all these old banks. Just think about Wells Fargo and all the big ones. They're running lights and all this other stuff.
And yeah, this is why they're picking up, they're stacking their Solana, they're stacking their Bitcoin, because you just cannot beat their transaction fees, right? It's only a matter of time, because efficiency wins in the end, man. If it's more efficient, people are going to buy into it, you know.
100.
Well, that's the premise they get you under too, is the pros. There are so many pros, but then you got so many cons as well. that comes with the power or control of it, what they can see. I mean, these exchanges have the upper hand on everybody right now. They're keeping records on everything bought and sold. They have the opportunity to buy huge amounts and sell it at, those increments over. And a lot of the exchanges, I mean, even like crypto.com, a lot of people stay away because it's kind of expensive, but it's also convenient. So you're paying for that convenience as well, where you could do everything pretty much in-house. And I think that that's the thing, like you guys were saying too, that the transaction rates, I mean, they have to go down anyway. I mean, just think about how many transactions are going through right now as we speak. Somebody's buying something. Like that's all those trillions of transactions a day. I mean, when you're making, not point, 0.0001 off of that trillion, it still adds up. And I mean, I think that that's the biggest thing we can expect out of money transfer, but it's touching everything though. The way that we create things, the way that we ship things, like everything's being totally displaced. And if you think about United States, if they really wanted to go through with these green acts for electric cars, we need to build all that shit. Like, just think about how many tractor and trailers that we have to replace. How many of these vans and things that I mean, everything, all this stuff has to be built first. And that's going to cause, a huge economic boom. And that really is the catalyst for this, so-called super cycle that we've been waiting for. We kind of brought it into fruition, and not only with, what we're doing or saying, but, the technology that's coming along with it. And nobody could have guessed that AI would be released and we would have all this stuff right now that was totally game changing.
Did he rug? Did I rug?
No, I did. I had the boys here. We were doing some stuff in the house, a little spring cleaning.
Cool, fun.
Yeah, that's how I get my exercise. These two keep me going, boy. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I got a 3 and a 5, 2 girls.
Oh boy,
Little boy coming. Thanks. And that's for sure. I'm trying to be on here, and I'm trying to like play with them, and right now I'm laying down on the bed and letting them play. But
Yeah, no, I usually try to stay active while I'm on spaces and stuff. Like that's why I've gotten a lot of time. Like people say can't do this or can't do that. I mean, I'm do all kinds of stuff. Like if I'm talking to you guys, sometimes I'll be outside trimming a tree or something. I was in Alex's space the other day, trimmed the whole tree by hand while they were sitting around talking about nothing, about the chart. Yeah, yep. And yeah, it's like, it's only as much as you want to do too. And a lot of people are really obtuse in the sense of that this is, they get focused on one thing and don't realize how many more things there are that you can get your money invested into. I mean, I would be paying close attention also to the stock market right now and some new companies that are coming out. I ain't per se sleuthing myself and won't give out any tickers or companies, but I mean, Crop Corp is one of the biggest ones right now, that I could think of that's really changing the game on, growing more food in a square mile than anything that we could do on the dirt or in the ground. Granted, we're feeding it, inside, but it's still cleaner and most generally acceptable. Microgreens and things like this. I mean, this has gave a lot of people don't realize how many jobs that's given to people too, growing microgreens, delivering them to small markets and fast food chains as well. So, we have a huge efficiency, kind of tightening of the belt right now. And if you're not looking at that, I mean, you could prove it. It's all proven through TikTok as well with these mom and pop shops that are making belts and shirts and hats. And, you get to see the person who's making it, it's handcrafted. So you don't need a giant factory to feed all these people this stuff. I mean, you could have these micro factories basically of all kinds of people that are in the area or, I mean, if you have 100 belt makers, could probably cover, maybe 100 square miles. Who knows? You got a hat maker or shoemaker, these things. And it's actually bringing us back the other way, away from, a giant Walmart or Lowe's or things like this, where we actually handle these things ourselves because we have clean ways to make it now. 3D printing and getting the goods that are already prefab made ready. Rolls of plastic, rolls of metal, rolls of this and that. I mean, you already see people taking apart and dismantling bottles and stuff, to get the plastic back to make things with the 3D printer. So I mean, that opens up a whole nother thing. Like
Well, you know what I'm curious about? Um, I mean, they were making artificial meat at one point, but the labs that are growing like strawberries and fruits and all our vegetables in like a certain area, and AI robotics are gonna actually control it.
That's crazy. That's awesome. I mean, it's going to continue to go that way. I mean, the 80-20 rule just is always there. You know, 80% of people are just going to coast by, the NPCs, look for, comfort as much as possible. And then, 20% of people are going to be moving humanity forward in some sort of way, you know?
hold on, I had to put the phone down. I heard about lab meats. Who said that? Decimal?
Yeah, I actually have a couple tickers.
Spill the tea.
Yeah, well, most things are sustainable, but people don't want to do that kind of work anymore. They want convenience.
Yeah, and that's how I was saying 80% of people are going to continue to choose that. That's you know, I think it was Gary Brecka said something like dying or aging or something is the aggressive pursuit of comfort, and how we need a level of stress, you know, in the body, in our by weightlifting or these kind of things, or by plunging yourself into an ice bath or getting those shock proteins going in your body and your blood. But yeah, most people are gonna, the 80% are gonna choose that comfort, and just kind of be part of the system, and you know it just kind of
It's
is what it
easy
is.
going. That's what it is. It's easy for them. It's more acceptable.
Well, yeah, we're always
And
going
I
to go
get
towards
it,
the
you know.
method. Always.
That's like the trader that comes on and just makes just enough to survive.
I had an uncle who survived off of OTB betting pony cars for probably 30 plus years. He was so good at it. I mean, he wasn't greedy. He, 300-400 bucks. He'd buy beers for the boys, and he kept his little book. And yeah, he was really good at it. I mean, these things are sustainable for people. And if you read economic books, even from back, like I have one open that I've been reading from the 60s to see what the difference is between, our economical, trade system now that we have, the system that, that we've developed into. And I got to tell you, like the theory on it is just whatever the imagination can create is the limit on the market. Like in that, I think that that's all thesis kind of wrap up into that, because just about anything's marketable. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter what it is. We're
So
creating.
I was watching these elephants cross the whole South African territory to survive and get water. And I thought to myself, I was like, are they using drones or is this AI? Because like it was perfectly set up the way they like made the story. But it was insane because like there was a baby elephant that couldn't survive. That he killed it. He died, and it showed that like it showed it crossing the Badlands and stuff. It was actually pretty interesting. It's the first time I actually watched something like that in a long time. But yeah, my question is it AI or is it actually a drone following them?
I think I've seen that. They have like little tiny robot that looks like a dung pile. They like made it look like a dung pile, and it's like moving along with them. And of course, drones as well. I mean, what we can capture now, animal footage is unbelievable. We get
Yeah,
super
it's
personal.
complex.
The system in which the animals move also. I mean, if you sit and think about it, every single species kind of had its own little, place, was either removing something or putting something back. So there's always a scale. I mean, and they've said it too, if the bees go, that we're going to be in serious trouble. Like we can't,
Yeah, the honeybees. That's
yeah,
actually important.
all the bees do something. I always found it so interesting, these flowers in the tropical regions, that these birds beaks and the flower have actually harmoniously evolved with each other. It makes you sit and think, like, did the flower come first and then the animal, or did the animal courts the flower into making itself so only it could drink from it? That right there, that interests me a lot, that kind of stuff, because it's like,
I figure
you
by
know,
now they would be able to clone beings. I mean, they can clone animals. I mean,
well,
Europe
yeah, we can
basically
learn to
created
be.
the killer bee when they made it
Yeah.
the European and South African bee. But I mean, I figure at this point they'd be able to clone the DNA and mass produce them, so it'll never be a problem. I mean, technology is advancing very fast, and people don't understand that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, headlines the other
I
day,
mean, I thought
taking
like I
Chimera.
thought we zoomed in and we started warping in 2021 when crypto came into the entire world. And I remember Elon saying, "All right, now we're going. Now we're moving fast." And I remember that day, like it was yesterday. I just felt like I woke up and everything around me was moving much faster. That's my autistic mind. So
As long as you don't get into fast women and slow ponies, you'll be all right.
Hey,
women are not a problem.
So there was a post about when the Wright brothers flew their airplane for the first time, and then when the man got on moon, was from then, from that time to that time is closer than we are from when man landed on moon and now. And so we do talk about, how things innovate in an exponential way, but it can be backwards sometimes too. Whether people believe that man was on the moon or not, it's a whole different thing. That's a whole other argument.
Bro,
But
Elon posted a picture the other day. It was a picture of Grok, but it looked like an entire satellite system covering the Earth and like futuristic, like built around and like a shield building around the Earth. I don't know. It was pretty interesting because I mean that's his thing is to try and connect everyone. The satellite system, right?
Yeah, well, you're on a platform where the
and
guy's
it's doing
going to Mars, but everybody's posting flat Earth, and we can't leave the dome.
it.
I mean,
it
bro, yo, it's like five
ironically,
hundred and fifty thousand to make it rain, right? They can fuck with the weather. They're making clouds. Everything is all like synthesized.
yeah, cloud seeding. I mean, what do you think? What is it? I mean, we're terraforming Vegas, you know, and
Yeah,
Dubai is the same,
there's an
right?
underground city
Wasn't
supposedly.
wasn't Dubai a desert, or am I thinking of a different city that was a desert and we
Yeah, they made it
basically
rain too
terraformed it
much in
by
2000
cloud
token
seeding?
2049 in Dubai. Yeah, they had that massive flood.
I mean, think about discovering like or uncovering or whatever a technology like so formidable, like 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 the shit that's like in the Marvel movies, dude. A lot of that shit's real, man. It's like, but the technology is so formidable. Like they're not letting anyone have that shit, Like
But the people
I
don't
don't
look
know.
at like, okay, so obviously cryptocurrency goes hand in hand with AI because of cryptography. It's needed. Cryptography is very, very important. It's been around since the very 50s, right? This is just a currency built around it on each
That's
company.
mostly what my dad worked on, the
Yeah,
programs, encryption.
yeah. That's what we're trading. Data's the new oil.
Data is the new oil, 100%. But it's not just the data; it's actually being able to access it efficiently and to have it organized in a way that it's how you can access it and if it's actually accurate. But yeah, data is the new oil. I agree 100%.
Yep, that's why we're building
Yep.
7 new chip fabs. We're going to control the, semiconductors and all this other stuff because that really is it. I mean, end all be all. We need to keep track of everything, and it's going to make things much more efficient. The only thing that we can hope is
That's exactly
a
it.
truth machine
Hmm.
that's in the middle there where there's no bias, and I think that right there is all we can hope for, really. That machine in the middle is going to be truthful, honest, and keep our records properly without any interference from man's hand.
I mean, it's still right now, um, because things are still forming. You still have to edit it, you have to review it, but like the value of having knowledge or of being able to access data and to be able to it really is power, right? Because I mean at that point, and the thing is you can access it anywhere. Like I can literally maintain or manage something from anywhere in the world because all that data is coming into me, right? And then but it wasn't that way even 5 years ago, right? It's crazy right now is like the whole um, is to be able to work nomadically, to move, not have to have a central location is like, I mean, I understand the whole thing about offices. You got to have damn offices. You do. You have to have that human interaction. But the way I look at it, the next 5 years, I won't be in an office. I mean, it's in the next year or two, I will not need an office anymore,
Everything's done from the phone. So much is.
Yeah, I mean, a laptop and internet satellite connection. I mean, it just you can whether you're controlling it or organizing it, but yeah, but like anything else, you have to build that database first, right? And then once you do, that's then you're golden, man. Then you're almost untouchable. Once you built that database. In the meantime, I'm as I'm doing that, I'm in the freaking meme coins like a dumbass, but I fucking love it, man.
Hell yeah.
That's the fucking gambling side for me. I love it though.
That's exactly it. It's the gambling side, and then there is things like it's helping the building the infrastructure for what we really believe is going to be how I want to interact financially, internationally, whether it's domestically, but whether it's my business or not. I believe in it that the infrastructure and sometimes you know just supporting projects and all that. I mean, in the end, people want to make money, but it's cool to help um, facilitate that infrastructure of DeFi.
Dude,
It's partly
go to
that, no doubt.
Meteora and put in the ticker for Let's Bonk and look at how many pools they have. One, two, three. A USDC pool for 24.5K, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Another USDC pool, 10, 11. A custom pool with Hoskis, a custom pool with USDC. Let's Bonk, Let's Bonk, Let's Bonk. A custom pool with House, a custom pool with Nikki. Super Friends. Like, I don't know. I'm putting my bet on this project. I've been buying it. Like, I'm not telling. It's not financial advice. I'm just telling people. Like, I'm interested in the LP pools. What they're gonna do. Because any project.
Have you invested in the LP
I'm
pool yet?
going to.
Have
I've
you
been
have you
buying
been
enough
put?
tokens. I'm thinking
Mhm.
about opening up a custom pool.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what your returns actually are.
Yeah, but I want to play the DLMM side, so like I'm trying to see if it's if it's gonna bottom out soon.
I mean, volume's there, right? Right now,
Gamble.
gamble. Yeah.
Yeah, I caught that fucking short. Ugh. It was an instant reversal though. It's crazy. Like I charted it fucking about a month ago, and it hit my targets.
That's awesome, man. Congrats. Yeah, it things have kind of bounced up a little bit more than I was expecting,
Yeah,
but we'll
that
see
means
how
we're
it plays
going
out
next. Like,
by the end
listen,
of the.
Totally put out a number. He put 238. I question what was the point of putting that number on a tweet? That's how my mind thinks. Like, why would he put that number out? I mean, if you look at it, we're bouncing off the weekly. Like, we're about to come up. It looks like it's forming, a lower high. I mean, a lower low, and it's gonna go up. So we're gonna fluctuate around this area a bit and form some W.
I mean, it's a genius meme at the end of the day. Um, you don't own a house, but you own a damn house coin. It's freaking genius. Honestly, it's definitely got called early in Shogun space, but I did not see it going as long
Nobody
as it
did.
has. But it's
It's crazy.
hmm
It needs to be one house coin equals one house. What's that? A $1 trillion market cap?
Yeah, well, Bitcoin's priced at about what a house should be right now.
I don't know. What do you think of this MVG chart? Honestly, I mean, it looks like it's bouncing.
I saw FOMO recently post about that and just saying the most popular meme recently or something like that, and it's only at
It's
this
definitely up
market cap,
there.
what 10 million market cap or whatever, and he put question mark, question mark, question mark. So
I
FOMO
didn't like
must
how
think
it
that it's
hit that
going
all
more.
time high, just another point 1 million higher, and then came back down. I was like, that was definitely warped. But the chart looks good. Reminds me of it like an Ethereum chart in somewhat way.
ooh, don't say that. Don't say that.
What do you mean?
I'm
It's
just
gonna
kidding.
bounce up out of nowhere.
Yeah, it might take 4 or 5 years to do it. We'll see. Anybody bullish on ETH right now? If they're gonna tell me that, I'm a
I'm not
little
bullish on
sus,
ETH.
man.
I'm bullish on
Can't
Solana.
we can't we just make it so we make like 365 millionaires a year by a million people donating $1 to, the first one in line, second one in line. You know, just think about that. If we created 365 millionaires in a year, and then we compounded that, and then they have that money to spend, and then we pooled it, to create something even bigger. I mean, see, that's the whole thing that they don't want us to do. They don't want us to figure out how to come together. Shogun was talking about this yesterday or the day before
That's
about,
actually pretty true. I mean, the whole ETH in general like ran around Bitcoin. It's actually forming. But yeah, that's pretty interesting. It's inevitable though.
Well, we've kind of been psyched out of it too. And if you think about it, decentralized, but still fractionalized. I mean, it may be even more fractionalized than the bank was even doing. But I mean, we weren't getting any returns on that either. But then again, you could say that. But traditionally, the banks created businesses and homes for people. And, we're standing on the foundation of what the bank created while we're screaming, you're not doing us right. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here that we're standing on as well. I mean, don't forget neither,
Well,
being your own bank isolates you from protection as well. You don't get all that, FDIC and all this other stuff, dude. You're not getting all the extras with that either, or
you
the
don't
security
get all
around
that
it.
comfort and security. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
and that's a
but you
good
don't.
way for them to write it off.
You want liberty or safety? Which one?
Exactly, exactly, and that's true. And don't give up your liberty for safety. It's my money, and I want it now.
It's kind of like you look at it as DeFi, and where you can invest in what you want. You know how the media company, it used to be ABC, NBC, CBS, all that, they controlled everything. They controlled the narratives, they controlled everything. And then eventually, nobody even watches TV anymore. You look at the kids now, they're not watching TV at all anymore, right? It changed everything. It what it did is it destabilized things, and they fought back against it. But arguably, I feel like things are a lot better now, right? That the fact that it's spread out more, it's more diversified than it used to be. It's not controlled. So it's like this is what's coming with finance. I really believe that.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I've seen the difference in the news that I get when because I'm here, and then I jump on Warzone maybe on the weekends or sometimes at night for like an hour or two and play Warzone and talk to some of my buddies that are just doing regular jobs, of course, and didn't listen to me or Boy Any Crypto. And then, they don't even know. Like, they're talking to me stuff that I seen 2 weeks ago. Like, did you see this? And I'm like, yeah, dude, a week ago. The gaming community is definitely not all hip to the crypto deal, and a lot of them are just spun out into the worlds that they've bought for $60 that were promised here with a PFP picture that they bought for 10 grand.
Yeah, that was the big meta, is integrating gaming and token gating and play to earn. And I mean, that's eventually going to be it, but it just hasn't. I don't know where that's really taken off, honestly. I can't think of any real, you
Yeah,
know,
there's a couple of
use case.
examples, Gods on Chain and Axie Infinity, and like there are some successful Town Square, Town Village, the top 100 players sharing the revenue. Uh, yeah, it's here. I mean, and it's been here. I mean, Metaverse has been here already. I mean, Second Life is. I would like to know. I should look it up and see what the net revenues generated from Second Life, dude. It's got to be. I'm crazy, crazy.
But what I'm looking for is like a real world utility, right? For a crypto token. I mean, what it like eventually, is like earning, tokens get you this or that, but like there just isn't a real world use case. They're building those ecosystems. I believe it's around the corner. Um, but I mean, shit, at some point, whether it gets you, it could be something as simple as like, if you're looking at a like Lyft or something and a Lyft coin, you buy a damn thing, it gets you freaking rides, a certain limited amount. But I'm waiting for retail or to really adopt that. I don't care if it's Airbnb or whatever you have it is. Once they jump on board with that, and there's a real utility attached to it. shit, man. I mean, the brakes are off. Let's just go, man. That thing is, we're sending,
Well, I think it's more
DeFi
about
becomes mass
I
adoption.
think it's more about how you acquire it, to be honest with you. Like, because if you sit and think about it, you're just buying you're just buying the ride. I mean, whether it's in fiat or whatever is exchanged. Like, so okay, where's the incentive? I mean, basically, it really relies on incentives or the PA. I mean, if I buy into this, what am I getting back in return? And that's just traditional. I mean, that's not breaking any ground at all. Like money transmission period is kind of the speed in which it's done is the deal sealer for cryptocurrency. I mean, right now my
So,
bank, I can sell money to anybody for nothing.
but let me give you a use case. Let's say that you are said merchant, and as usual, your online transactions are done through Mastercard or Visa. They charge a 2 to 4% fee on every transaction. You adopt your own currency, right? That you do pay cash in up front. And then whether you buy and you earn rewards or not, as a loyal customer or whatever, but your transaction fees that you're not paying the 1 or 5% per transaction fee anymore, right? And you buy into that ecosystem, is that it eventually saves you money, and it has its own ecosystem that eventually builds, and you're not paying those fees anymore. Like that, maybe that might not be the big use case, but I mean, shit, like 3 or 4% adds up over time. And then if you're a merchant, that really adds up, right?
Nah, sure, I definitely see it. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, to see a state adopt a blockchain, to run everything on. I mean, that's the most use case that I can see out of these. And we even talked about, I think it was the other day, who was in there? Michael. I don't know if it was here. I joined too many spaces. Anyway, uh, we were talking about the wallets themselves turning into an operating system, basically. So your wallet will be your operating system, a closed circuit with all your data in it that kind of doesn't leave the wallet, and you still have the whole, OS operating on top of it that you can surf, and it'll protect you. It'll do all those things all in one, securely. And of course, there's always a backdoor because I mean it's cryptography, but I mean, the companies that come out on top that actually maintain that honesty and loyalty will be the ones that, people gravitate towards. I mean, look at like Arculus or something like that, the card and keeping your crypto safe, and, Ledger and all these other ones. I mean, it's only necessary. And even to see the blockchains actually making their version of this, basically, even though how much Elon wants this to be the everything app, it's not going to be the everything app. Like there'll be places where you could go to do everything that's hooked to, a brand. So he can, he's not going to get everybody, but everybody that's here will have access to everything, basically. And that'll be for all blockchains and so on.
Yeah. First thing is Elon is adopt Solana as a tipping currency on X. Simple. No one wants to tip with Ethereum right now, or Bitcoin. Simple. Their own currency is a matter of time, but it's still left to be. We'll see what ends up happening with that. But yeah, you think an X currency is definitely in the works. One would think.
Oh, for sure. I mean, wasn't it Mark Zuckerberg tried to make Libra, the coin that rug, coincidentally? But yeah, I don't. This whole thing's gotten out of hand, man. I'm telling you, there's too many
Well, I mean,
loopholes.
look at TikTok. TikTok is like it's so easy to tip, right? And it's just easy, right, to do where you can do it Google Pay or whatever you have it. What, um, you really want to make it accessible and easy for content creators, people that are hosting spaces that bring in alpha, is to make it simple and just to tip them on the platform itself. Super simple, man. I don't know why they haven't done that, but if you if you bring in the content creators, your platform will grow. I mean, there's just no way around it. You bring in That's why people are here. They want content. They want interaction, but the fact that it's taken this long to adopt that, you wonder either something's in the works or I don't know
It's
what's
called
going on, but
milking the
it's
cow.
milking the cow,
That's
huh?
it, milking the cow. That's exactly what they're doing. That's what they've been doing. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, even since yeah, we're inventing it, but it was like we were talking about earlier about simple engines and stuff. Like that's what they've done over time to make it more and more complex, but also, more and more compact and convenient as well. So they're milking the cow. I mean, there's a ton of different things you could do, and I try to take like maybe a platform like Discord an example. This is a good EG of what could be. Is that we have, they have moving icons over there. You could put a GIF inside your profile picture. I mean, I would think that the next evolution of NFTs is that as well. Will be moving pictures and things that are moving that we could put on our icons here. I mean, there could be stupid little games that we play too, or the tap the screen, or sending the GIFs, like you said, like all that's possible inside of this space. Like I could see us going head to head, like me and Shogun right now, there's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You see the numbers on the screen, and then like certain profile pictures light up, and you got to like press them with your thumb and see whoever gets the most, right. And it goes faster and faster, like Simon says. I mean, dude, there's the possibilities are unlimited. Unlimited. I mean, it's the creativity of the people who are making it, or if they even want to put the effort into it. Because you got to think about most MMO games don't really get their pickup until their audience actually tells them what they want. Oh yes, leave us a suggestion, so we can steal all your ideas away. And basically that's what happens to people. They get their ideas stolen away, or they give one good one. I give good ideas all the time. People, I've had my project copied off of 4 times. I could show receipts of it. Is that success or not is a different question. But we're only as successful as the creativity that we can output as well. And that's in business or anything you're doing.
So with that being said, is X has been lagging to monetize is so hard, right? And then whatever their bars they have there, and it doesn't pay very well at all. And if they want to continue to build this platform, they better make it where you can actually tip these, because it's nothing. This platform is nothing without content and its creators.
Like and retweet the space. Welcome to the Crypto X Town Square. Housecoin has gone crazy. And RFC has died.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm still holding on for a retweet, but like it's been disappointing the last 3 weeks, no doubt. But I still think it's funny as hell. But I'm waiting for that Elon retweet. But who knows? We'll see. Missed opportunities, I think. One's been a good runner is like Shark Coin. I mean that jumped into that. Shit, it's moved up 100+% since yesterday. Um, there's some good runners out there still. Yeah, and one of the strongest. Look at Troll, 32 million. I mean, come on, Troll's been the play of the month right now. Continuing to build a community behind it. It's like it's still being relevant right now. Um, I don't know, man. Maybe it makes the 100 mil. We'll see. But Troll has been fire.
So here's like the task of an economic system. Like, and this is in older books, this one here is from 1966. I dug out some of the old books that I've had that I've collected over the years. I got a bunch of stuff, JFK papers and things like that. The list of things that one can demand of an economic system is limited only by the human imagination. And I mean, this is what they were talking about 40 or 50 years ago. And to see where we've developed here, and people are so in fear that AI is going to take the job when right now it's one of the greatest tools that we've ever created. I mean, companies are adopting it in such a fast
Is
manner.
anyone speaking?
What's that?
Did I rug?
No.
No, you're good. You're good. No, yeah, AI. Yeah, there's a lot of fear behind it, but shit, it's made my life easier. I don't know about you guys, but oh boy, I'd let it just take over as my full-time assistant if I could. A lot more reliable.
My son's building one of those racetracks like they do on the videos for TikTok right now. Told him he's not allowed to go outside with it yet.
Okay, what's he doing again?
He's doing like he's seen the one video that I scrolled past of the guy. They make the long Hot Wheels tracks to go all around the house and then out the door, and he
Yeah,
wants to do it
yeah,
so bad. Like, we're getting there. It's close, but I gotta buy more tracks too. And yeah, you have to
that's
take it out
cool.
to the trampoline and over the shed and
That's all building, man.
yeah.
That's the coolest
Yeah,
shit.
but and you think
Hmm.
about it, this is the kind of things that drive economy too. Like, I mean, the toys that we buy for our kids is such a huge, huge economy. It's like, and then you buy stuff and it just sits. Some of it they don't like, relatives buy for them. I mean, that's a lot of tracks I gotta buy. I mean, he's talking about, almost $1,000 worth of tracks to do what he wants to do. And I mean, how do I justify
You know,
that as a parent? You know what I mean?
you got to find fun in it yourself. You got to find that love for yourself, that fun, to make it. Because we spend a lot of money on stupid shit as well as adults, but that's the only way. You got to find that enjoyment. Is you got to like RCing those cars yourself, and then you'll spend a lot more money on it.
It is the joy. You're right. And I have already. I mean, he
Yeah.
has he has enough to go around the house 3 times already. He has like 4.5 totes, deep totes of cars. I mean, he was big in the monster truck, so
One thing I find with kids is what sometimes, is that you can have all the freaking toys and everything you can imagine, and it's so often they just want to play with a goddamn stick,
oh, definitely.
or throw rocks. It's like it just comes down to that. Is it's still? I mean, kids are gonna be kids, man. Give them something simple, man. They'll make it fun.
Oh yeah, and especially in a certain age range, of course. I mean, it's not once they get older, but you sit and wonder if, buying the toys little and thinking that it's a big deal to them then is the mistake. But you can kind of hold off on that stuff and wait until what they're interested in to start to buy that stuff then. You know what I mean? So it's hard at first, and especially with relatives, because relatives are always like, they don't care because it's like 3 times a year or whatever, and they're gonna buy the biggest elaboratest thing or something they ain't got. And I mean, this is the expectations that they end up with as well, because other people are giving it to them too, and then you pile it on top of what you bought for them, and it starts to become, it's a lot. I mean, it's a ton, and if you add it all up, I mean, that's a huge part of the economy.
Yeah, 100%, man. The holidays, um, I've run into these kind of issues. Would be like your grandparents and stuff like that. Trying to spoil the kids, and you're like, I want to make this more about actually spending time together instead of actually just opening presents, right? And like, but it's like that. It's ingrained in them. They want to make everybody happy, and it's like, no, no, no. Like, you have to literally force them. It's like, don't buy so many goddamn presents, because I really don't want to make this about anything other than just the time we spend together. And then it focuses on the gifts. You can do the gifts, but going over the top doesn't help anybody. And in fact, it's kind of gross, man. It kind of defeats the purpose of what actually a holiday is to me a lot of times. But it's all about industry. It's about making money. You know,
I just had this
that's
talk
what
the other
Christmas
day,
is. It's
man.
gifts to
Yeah,
people.
I had this talk the other day,
Hmm.
dude. Like exactly what you're saying. And it's crazy too. Families have actually gotten to the point where they only get together on the holidays. And then it's like they expect you to be there. And like any other time during the year, they didn't reach out or didn't say anything. So I mean, what is the occasion really call for that you could say, oh well, we're semi-normal family? My significant other's family has that kind of problem because there's divorce within the parents and the grandparents, and and then my kids end up with like 6 great grandparents and like all these great grandparents, and it's like we've really mussed that part up. I mean, even though we live around it, it's still something that's prevalent. And I mean, now it's even gotten so bad at the time of holidays like COVID, you know, vaxxed, unvaxxed, you got family members wearing masks, or it's crazy. It's-
That's why Thanksgiving is my favorite, because it's not about gifts, right? It's just the simplicity of just getting together, whether you're Thanksgiving for, literally whatever it ends up being, or Indigenous Peoples Day, whatever you want to call it. But it kind of stripped down. It's about just kind of spending time together, and like Christmas and a lot of the other holidays that are too commercialized, they're not as fun to me. Just keep it simple. You know.
yeah, I come from traditional, and decorating is probably one of the biggest, making pine roping and collecting stuff. And like my grandmother, and my great grandmother, they still, they still make things like to hang over the doors, and like it's all about the feeling and the food, and not so much about presents, but just the season. 'Tis the season. And traditionally people lost sight of that and call Christmas evil. And I mean, basically the tree is the Holy Trinity. The things that we do or decorate is has gotten blown way out of context, and gotten really commercialized. That's like even Santa Claus itself is rumored to be created by Coca-Cola because they seen that people weren't drinking Coca-Cola in the winter and they drank it more in the summer, and that there was a marketing ploy. So, these things come to light, and you really start to cling on to these traditional things that we had, and kind of, go back to that instead. And I love that, Dirty, the family part about it, because that's what it's really all about. I mean, in my family, we still have family reunions, and there's a family Bible that's been passed on to like the other side of the family, and that's traditional American that people are kind of losing sight of, that actually built this great place. Not one person or culture, or singular. It was all together. It was many cultures. It's many religions. And most religions are good at the foundation, so we can't really deny that good part of it. It teaches us and governs us in the right way, and not the wrong way. It's all the other bramble that's connected to it, the churches and the people who want, that are greedy. And,
Yeah, yeah. I find that I grew up in a diverse religious household, and they're all kind of the same. A lot of it's very, very similar, but it's just that the structure, like you're saying, behind it is what that's where things get kind of muddy. That's where things kind of get manipulated a bit, But yeah, it's having a basis of morality is a good thing. It's where having some discipline is really good. Um, where when you're dealing, unfortunately, you're dealing with kind of I hate to say it, but we're in a Jeet society, right? And whether that's meme coins or look at people doing jobs now. We don't have jobs that it's very rare you have a job that provides a pension. It used to be kind of a more common norm thing is that you would lock into a job. Not that it's necessarily good, but I'm finding that in a job is if you do build that basis of really rewarding your employees, build on longevity, is that I guarantee, because I've been around, I've worked with guys that worked on pensions, and I've worked with people that are in the Jeet society where they're looking for a new job every 2 years. But those people that stuck around and really built with the company, and they have knowledge, they have institutional knowledge that is, I don't give a shit, how what your educational background is, but unless you have knowledge of actually what the enterprise you're working for, I mean, that's where the value's at, and no one really values that anymore because the it's not just the people, but it's the employers don't really give a shit. Like they're part of the Jeet society, and in that Jeet society is with parenting too. I mean, it is. It's not like it's always been perfect, like Leave It to Beaver and shit, But the Jeet society is if shit doesn't work out in your family, you move the fuck on, and in that sets up everything else in education. It sets it up in your career. It sets it up in your own relationships in your life with your partners and your children. Is that it's a Jeet society. If it don't work for you, move on. Instead of like kind of grinding that shit out. Like you if your kid joins soccer and you bought them the pads and all that kind of stuff and the shoes, make them fucking stick to it whether they like it or not. Oh, it's too hard. Fuck it. I bought this. You're going to do it. Right. And then eventually they're going to look back at it and they're going to have a team. They're going to have camaraderie. They're going to learn about winning and losing. Right. It's, you got to kind of hold people, even kids accountable. But we're in a Jeet society these days, man. If it don't work for you, move on. It's not good for the long term.
yeah, they're quick to quit, ain't they? I mean, I even see that, with my son, getting frustrated and just giving up on it, and not. Man, when we were kids, dude, we'd blow on the Nintendo tape 100 times, slam it in there, getting it to work. It wasn't, we didn't
Yeah,
get
100%.
frustrated about it. Like we already knew what needed to be done. Like, mom said to do this or that, you'd get it done and you'd understand that right away. But it's become so easy for them to get, to kind of try to sneak out of it as well. And we've also spoiled. I mean, every generation that didn't have, that could give their kids what they didn't have does it. And yeah, you're absolutely right. And the Jeet Society, yeah, I mean, it became a throwaway. It's a throwaway. The car goes for 150, and it's done. The spatula breaks, you buy another dollar one. It only lasts for 2 months. You buy these stupid little things that little stupid drones that fly for like 10 minutes, and then you can't get it to work again. And yeah, we've become a throwaway society. A lot of just, that's why Made in America meant something. And like you were saying about institutions, there are still many great American institutions. And I can name a few of them. I mean, around me, like Uline, that are, privately owned by the people, by the family, who treat every worker with respect. They give them the pay that they deserve, they give them profit share. They make it comfortable for the people, because you're only as good as the people that you're around, or the tools that you have in your belt. And that's it. That's as good as it's going to get. And that's why, corporation or global corporation, they cut a lot of corners, and, they cheat. It's a cheat society. Everybody's looking to cheat and skip around the hard work part, not, really put in the effort that it takes, to make something that's going to last for 100 years.
Yeah, because value, it's everybody's idea of value's changed a lot, right? And then, people, it moved to cheap more than value. And then cheap also meant that at the end of the day, that the profits were better. But eventually, that shit catches up. It always catches up in the end. And quality, whether it's employees or the actual product, Sharon's going to win. Now, if you can make it through the initial phase of the Walmart moving into your town, or whatever you have it. If you're a taxi cab company and Lyft moves into town or wherever the fuck it is, but if you can make it, if you can hold on and survive, I mean, like you know, like musicians will buy a 1930s Gibson acoustic guitar not because it looks cool, because it actually was made in the U.S. and it actually sounds better. It sounds better almost 100 years ago to today from anything that they can build. It doesn't matter, whether it's the wood quality, but it's a craftsmanship, right? Is that they were able to do back then, and people still value um, quality, right? But it's just I think we're in kind of a little bit of a phase right now where um, we're kind of getting away from it. And to be honest, like what what Trump is doing, I hate politics, dude. I don't support any politician at all. I just don't. I think it's a terrible. It's a business, is what it is, right? But I think it's kind of good, man. Is like to really. Sometimes you got to just fucking. You get sometimes you got to really make shit tough. You just really got to do. You got to really kind of bear down, make shit tough for a while, and then people appreciate it because. You got to grind a little bit, and that's what we're going to do is we're going to be forced to grind here for a little bit. Our bags may suffer, but gosh dang, it feels like a lot of people are so on board with it. And maybe it's the echo chamber I'm in, but I think people are ready a little bit to kind of put an end to all this freaking nonsense that we've been going through for the last fucking 20 years.
Well, there's pain and growth. You were going to have growing pains. I mean, that's just something that's in nature too. The earth gets displaced as the tree comes through. Things get crushed. Volcanoes erupt to make land. I mean, it starts in devastation, but what comes out on the other side of it is beautiful. And I think that's the pain of creating anything. I mean, look at what it takes for a woman to birth a child. I mean, how could anybody, any of us, take that God given right away from a woman? It's so disrespectful at this day and age to see the woman under attack the way they are, because it's a tremendous amount of pain that they go through to bring, everyone into this world, and to even be under attack at this day and age. I mean, women's rights or what a woman does is one thing. And I think that's the birth of everything. Most things, it's painful. It's labor. It's labor. Most of humanity's problem has been labor wages.
Yeah, like you're right. Is that like everything? It all resembles Mother Nature in the end. It doesn't matter what you do. Is it all just kind of that's like the entire cycle? Is that whether Mother Nature does it represents the universe represents the Earth, and it goes all the way down to things like economics and everything. It all emulates Mother Nature, like you say. I agree 100% with that.
Ones and zeros.
And order through chaos, because it is all chaos, every bit of it.
What goes out must come in.
Y'all watching House? Pumped up to 115.
Get the fuck out. It's running, it's sending. Glad I'm still holding on to some house.
Land is kind of winding up here as well.
Yeah, house is, oh my God, it's running. Where's the end? Where does it stop? Does it just keep going and going and going?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what type of ceiling these types of projects can get to. You wonder.
It runs out at the end of the community. If you think about it, I've seen as many people as in it, that are seeing it, and then it fizzles. It's gonna.
I mean, the narrative is great. It's a genius narrative. But yeah, everything's going to retrace at some point. But I mean, where does house stop? I don't know. I mean, I'm not doubting house.
I don't know. Just don't stop at my house. You might get an unpleasant welcome.
Just, I, I mean, houses are good, but anybody who owns a house knows that it's not like you just set it and forget it. The fucking things cost a lot of money, whether you're paying taxes or you got to maintain the son of a bitch. Mortgages aside, all that kind of stuff. Houses are kind of a pain in the ass. Uh, yeah, I own a house. I don't want to own more houses, but they're kind of a pain in the ass. I'd actually be willing to love to not have anything, to be honest. No responsibilities, none of that. So eventually dehouse me, man. Put me in a retirement community or some shit, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, the things that
I'll,
will accept when you become, old and can't take care of the stuff anymore. And that is the truth. That's why the old houses made it so long, though, because they built them so that it wasn't a super amount of maintenance and it was kind of natural and aesthetic too. I mean, you can think about these, hundreds of year old, sturdy Belgian block houses, they're farmhouses, especially here in the United States, and barns that've been standing the test of time. And I mean, just like the cathedrals and the pyramids, to build something, we're building stick houses that are decaying. And, I mean, I know we got good materials, but it's still in a state of disrepair all the time. Like you're always fixing something.
so Sally, I was mentioning this a little bit earlier, but like I live in a historical district, and the old historical houses they're built by hand pre 1900, and the whole thing with it, they did all this new stuff with houses now, and they've made them so airtight and everything, and they start fucking rotten from the inside out, literally, where they had to just take out the drywall, take out all the insulation and everything within 25 years. And what they find is that the old houses they breathe, right? Because they actually have, they're not just tight, wrapped up tight, in a bag per se. They actually breathe, and that breathing allows them to live indefinitely, kind of. And so, new technology isn't always better. They try and reinvent the wheel often, and sometimes it's just like the whole simplicity of just, doing it kind of basic and simple. Actually, is the best thing to do in the long run.
Holds up better. I mean, and it's easier to repair as well. I mean, and that's why a lot of the older buildings get remodeled, even though it costs quite a bit to remodel and compared to buy or build something new. But it's like, you're posed in this position where, these old materials were like the best. And like you said, breathing, yeah, and the house needs to breathe. I mean, and if you think about it, look, we used to put houses in the side of the hills too. And it was climate control as well. So the things that were on the other side of that. And I mean, you're getting good air quality. Like you said, they're wrapping it in plastic. They got all this what is it, TR111 and all this stuff. And then you got the siding, and yeah, they're totally closing it. And it also for mold. Mold's a huge issue, and that goes regionally too. That really it does go regionally as well. I mean, depending on where you're at, but humidity creates all that. And I don't know. I think it's just the strength in what we used to build. I mean, we have whole shows based around things that we used to build, the tractors and all these other things. So it was really easy to work on. Yeah, they're dinosaurs. I mean, but I think that we could have went in a less complex way to build these new systems as well. The complexity built into them is just safeguards against regular people even know what the heck's going on with the thing. So that way we're relying on them to fix it. And that's the whole thing with right to repair. I think there's a guy that's like forefront in the whole thing of right to repair on Tesla, because it's kind of a closed loop system. Like they're going to repair it, and you're not going to have anything to do with it. You have to bring it in. But if I buy the machine, it's mine. Who says that you get to take the right away from me, even though it's your brand or your it's not your product after it leaves the shelf. It's mine. The shoes on my feet. Even though it has a Nike logo on it, it's not connected to them in any way, and it's up to me how I take care of that shoe. If I'm going to go trash in that shoe the first day I get it, that's my prerogative. Or if I like monitoring the cars that are monitored when you lease them, or when you buy a car or finance it, they're tracking everything, how you took off in it. I mean, they're expecting to get this car back, and they're monitoring every little piece of what you do with the machine as well. I mean, and it's understandable, but it also leads to too much control over something that you bought. And I think that right there is, we have to kind of rewrite the laws about how this works, because it's not fair. It really isn't. The farmer is such a huge uh, benefactor to that with the tractors. Like, you're going to leave farmers and their way it means to make a living in the middle of the field, holding them hostage for $10,000, $20,000 that they already they're in debt for, just buying the seed to try to get the crops in the ground. And then they don't know if God's going to come and strike the crops down either. So yeah, it's crazy. But then those are the people that feed us that we make it that hard on. Or we took the livelihood away from the small farms to give to the mega corporations. JFK Jr. spoke about, or RFK spoke about that recently too, about the farmers, the pig farmers and what they did with that, monopolizing it. I just seen it, was a video on a pig farm in China. Anybody ever see that? It's like four massive buildings with like millions of square feet where the pigs are elevated up and down, cooped up inside of a building. I mean, is that, I mean, vertical farming, crop farming? I mean, this is what it's coming to. I mean, and then culture plate meat and all this other stuff. It just rolls on.
We're sounding like a bunch of cranky old men up here, man. I love it. You gotta shake it up once in a while. Stay off my lawn, kids. No, I think that this new group of kids is like, they get a lot of flack, but it's really, they're kind of a lot to be liked about what we're seeing. I mean, when I interact with a bit older generation of folk, people say that are over 40, and like I try and train them to use technology. Holy shit, man, they just flat out refuse to do it, right? They just will not do it. I'm like, it's going to make your life easier, right? And then when you with these youngsters that come in, these 20-year-olds, and if I train them, it's like oh man, they know this is their world, right? It's super simple for them to pick up. It's like I don't have to show it to them over and over. Now there's a lot of other stuff to be desired as well, but I kind of have some hope for this particular generation going through right now that are in their 20s right now. I feel like they're kind of a bit more conservative than people give them. I just do. I feel like they're a bit, they grew up around the woke culture a bit, and they kind of see through the bullshit a little bit more than maybe the generation before them that kind of created that woke culture that is the woke culture has kind of really been, to me, the problem, to be honest.
It's the entitlement, though. They feel like they're entitled, and then you sit and you see these people who are down on meat, but then when you're planting crops and harvesting and taking up hay and all the thing, the soybean, how much rabbits and bugs, and there's more life being destroyed growing those crops on those acres than there are the meat and stuff. One cow feeds many families. I mean, you need many acres and acres of soy and all this other stuff to harvest. And I mean, we're doing that every year regardless when we're feeding the animals as well. So, they're not really accomplishing anything at all. The mindset that they have now is that, that we need to change this and change that, but then it changes three things in their world when we change one in ours, or the reality that really is at the perception of what we're doing. Because the perception of what we're doing is, we're advancing. So the kids now, they think that, hey, we're entitled to this because it's already been built. So, they feel that. And like you said, you can get the kids to actually learn something faster, but that's only because they're kids. And the older people from the older generation know more about nature and about being outside and, coexisting, in another world, basically. I mean, you think about it now, the parents are scared to let their kids outside to go and even in their own yard. And it's like we've come a long ways because we used to just be set free. I mean, in the 80s, in the 90s, it was, I mean, you're only talking 30 years ago. Like, how did we come to this point so fast that that's the way that, this generation is thinking? Like, how did the generation that's now raised those kids to be that way that fast? I don't understand where it came from, to be honest with you. And I mean, the only thing that you could think of is an outside influence, and that's all it's ever been, really. And that's from, like I was speaking about earlier, about outside entities pressing in on the things that we have already that were traditionally working. And even the financial system, if we just drug the bad actors out of it or cut off that bias in between, because most of the time that's what we deal with anyways, the bias of another person, whatever system that we're dealing with. You think about it, social workers and all these other little micro implements in between municipalities and judges and things, and they have a bias against you that you have no say over it at all. Like, they have the final word. And even on this platform, there's people behind the scenes that can be paid to hinder your account, on a little back deal door that's super easy because they still have CMs and GMs monitoring, these accounts, and they can be looked at and manipulated anytime they want. That's why shadow ban's a real thing. And this is the manipulation that we need to remove, the bias from the middle, removing the middleman. And that's basically what crypto's doing as well. It's removing the middleman.
That's why we're here.
Yeah, I mean, education's always been a big part of, indoctrination. Some people might think that it's indoctrination, but in fact, it's just, common sense. And people take it as, well, I'm not going to do what you say, or, you don't have the ultimate word, or there's an objectionable truth. Yeah, some truths are objectionable, but some are based in such a ground reality that we can never deny that truth. And I feel like if we all spoke in truth, then there's no need for us to argue either. But I mean, banter and truth, or, arguing, on a social level is something that are very thin lines between each other. So we have to kind of monitor how we approach these things as well when we're talking to people now, especially if we could talk to people across the world. What kind of EG are we going to set, and what kind of example is it going to be? And right now it's so twisted and demented in the moral reality and fabric that we've tightly wove over centuries. These things that we hold great to our hearts are at the base of the Bible and all religions all around the world. Buddhist, whatever, it doesn't matter what it is. The first principles are treat each other well and do things respectively. And I think that right there is, the ground basis of a foundation of any religion in the world is good. So how can we ever deny that? It's only in the upper levels and the people who corrupt it are we seeing this turbulence, because we all know what the difference is between right and wrong at a certain age. David Gonzalez, what's up, bud?
What up, dude? How you doing, man?
It's nice. Good day, man. It's been a nice conversation here, and thanks Shogun for co-host. It's pretty cool. Just out of the random blue. Uh, yeah, it's good, man. It's good. I hope everybody's good today. The weather's been nice. I don't think I've seen bluer sky since Trump got in and all this stuff. What he said he was going to stop some of this stuff. I think they have stopped some of it because I've seen less haze in the background and I've seen some bright blue days that I haven't seen, especially in the springtime, because they were spraying heavy in the spring here for quite a few years, and it's nice.
Yeah, man. The Economist actually did a crazy article a few years ago. They do everything with numbers, So be prepared. There's going to be supply shortages.
Let's dive into that a little bit, David. What do you let's see what you're saying there. What are you
Well, you
specifically
guys
talking
remember.
about in
You
supply
guys have
shortages?
to remember all the train derailments with fertilizers. You had to have heard about like the big warehouses that stored a lot of fertilizer compounds catching fire. That was happening 2022, 2023, kind of quieted out in 2024. But we're going to start seeing the effects of that. And then, modern farming practices, they don't use crop cover during non-harvest season. So a lot of the topsoil just gets blown away. And that's what's going to be one of our challenges going forth. And that's why we need those fertilizers. If you grow without fertilizers, you get about 1/10 the harvest. A lot of future trading is depending on what's in those silos, and those silos are not filled. Yeah.
That's brilliant observation too, because and these microeconomies that we don't realize neither, like I said about the ships being parked in China right now over what's going on. That's why I said it's a great time to be making stuff, and it's also a great time to grow a garden. There's not a better time ever in history right now to grow a garden, because I mean I think that it's very quintessential to us as a whole. And the farmers, I think you're going to see a lot of small farmers come back again. These mega ones are going to kind of break up because people are sick of the bullshit. I mean, drink out of the can at your own risk. I mean, we've come from snake oil salesmen to seeing what it was, back in the day. Like they show, we come from barbarians who swung swords, and we come from great wars, and we come from people who were, snake oil salesmen that were always trying to sell something that wasn't right. And we think that, yeah, these corporations are any different than they were back then. No, it's just more subtle. I mean, you drink the Coke out of the can, you don't see what the fuck is in it. You're looking right at it. You can't see through it. I just seen an article that says that it's lined with plastic. The can inside is lined with plastic. It wasn't even an article. A guy did a video. He dipped the can in like acid or something, and like the plastic was there, like embedded into the thing. So, I mean, I don't think it's any better time to be seeking local product, seeking local, sources of water and things like that, for everybody, anybody. You
What
know,
the
and the farmers
absolute
are going to have
fuck
huge
is the
problems.
point of that? Why would they have a titanium can and then line it with fucking plastic? That makes no sense to me. Why do they
They
do
could do it
stupid
with
shit like
natural
that?
type plastics like vegetable oil plastics and stuff like that. But they realized though by converting to bioplastics that are good for humans, that the amount of hemp and other crops that they would create would offset carbon, and people would start not believing the big misdirection of this global heating pattern. It's kind of one of those things you can't really talk about, otherwise you get canceled.
That one is always one that I always want to debate on is when people want to debate me about global warming and climate change and all that, and I'm like, okay, that's a debatable subject, right? Is that whether humans cause it or not? It's a debatable subject. The fact that it's debatable, to me, I'm like, what's not debatable is sitting in traffic and breathing in exhaust fumes and tell me it gives you fucking
One
cancer.
volcano going
That
off
is,
releases more carbon
yeah,
than all cars
yeah,
in history combined.
yes.
Yeah.
So, and then Mother Nature rules again, right? But I'm like, okay, so you're telling me that if we have vehicles that are electric, and I understand that vehicles electric still have a environmental impact, but you're like, if you're not sitting in traffic and you're not breathing, go stick your fucking mouth on a tailpipe and breathe it in and tell me how long you're gonna survive. You might make it 30 seconds, right? Not financial advice there, but or just try it. It'll kill you very quickly, right? And so, if you want to clean it used to be clean the environment, and then that was not debatable. We fucking got on board. We created the Clean Water Act, right? We created the Environmental Protection Agency, which has been morphed into some kind of monster that it is today. I mean, I know this very well, but we cleaned the environment, right? And we made big gains in the 70s to do that because we were easy. You can't debate the fact that carcinogens gives you fucking cancer, right? That you have all sorts of health issues that are associated with carcinogenic compounds. But now we're sitting here fighting about whether the hurricane in Florida was caused by fucking oil or not. It's like, let's get rid of that fucking narrative because it's what they
He's
want us to
right.
fight over is debatable subjects. What's not debatable is that cleaning the environment actually is going to save you. It's going to save probably the
Yeah.
planet.
You know what they immediately started planting right after the Fukushima nuclear power plant catastrophe? They started planting hemp because it actually will absorb a lot of that radioactive material and over time convert it to natural soil again.
Yeah.
There's a book called Emperor Wears No Clothes. It's 50,000 uses of hemp.
Yeah.
Um, it, it was written by a guy that is a legend in my book, but his name's Jack Herrera, Dan Herrera's son. And if you guys don't know about those, and
Oh, I met Jack back in the day.
yeah, I
Yes.
smoked blunts with him on the top of
Yep.
the palms at the first
Mhm.
marijuana business
Hey, what's up,
conference.
guys?
Yeah.
You don't smoke blunts?
I actually asked Grok a question. I said,
Cool.
when was the first time, or no, I asked, what is the purpose of the endocannabinoid system, and when was the first time humans came in contact with a cannabinoid? And it's actually answering correct now. When it first came out, it wasn't, but it's while you're a fetus. Your mother actually produced natural cannabinoids,
Yeah.
and cannabinoids actually help regulate your emotions, your stress, a lot of things that like go into your focus, right? And so it's kind of a unique concept that they led us in the opposite direction and demonize something that is actually a natural part of our body. Now, Delta 9 is psychoactive, right? So it's going to have properties that if you have mental illness like schizophrenia, all that, it's going to intensify it. But there's other cannabinoids. There's 109 listed, and like CBM was going for in the isolate kilo, it was going for about $100,000 in 2020 when it was first discovered. But mainly basketball players and NFL players were buying it because it would allow their body to not be
Okay,
affected
bro, you talk too
by.
much. We don't care.
Yeah, the body would not
Okay,
be
we're just gonna
affected
go and
by
remove
the
him.
previous
Yep.
stress.
Hey, sorry, David. We got him. Steve's out.
I think
It's if you want to continue. Was that Steve? Is that right?
they had
Sorry.
hand raised. What happened? I looked
Yeah.
around
Anyway,
for a minute and they left.
I think I was Steve. I removed him. But sorry, David. Man, that actually fascinating, man. I'm enjoying what you're saying.
Yeah, I muted their mics up.
Just the stick or the image that cannabis has had over the last 100 years was purposely done because pharmaceutical companies, obviously, and like you sound like a damn conspiracy theorist, talking about it. But again, I urge you just go, I sent it to your guys' DMs, but just ask Grok, like what is the purpose of the endocannabinoid system? Because every single person in this room has one, and then ask when was the first time a human interacted, and if you're literally interacting with cannabinoids in your mother's womb, um, just to me, it's probably something that we would need. Chocolate and other things um, possess cannabinoids. That's why you're drawn to them because you lack them and you need them.
Yeah, it's. I've heard this theory too. It's like there's not. It was something that we formed our receptors to, right? To these cannabinoids. It wasn't something that
So CBD is more like an
it's like
enzyme, or
it's almost like an
CBD
inherited.
is an enzyme,
Mhm.
and what it does is it will help get the other cannabinoids to your part of your body that need it. So CBD is an accelerant, right? Just like any enzyme, it helps pipeline it to where it's needed. And so it's using it in combinations of other cannabinoids. Those are the cures. Like Tommy Chong has a proprietary strain complex with RSO, and he's claimed to heal lots of different types of cancer with this, and which I've been a witness of it. It's not the cheapest because the strains aren't really like psychoactive like party strains. They're more or less one to ones is what they call.
So I mean that goes with the theory that mushrooms are the things that made us
See, I'm
human.
worried. Now this is like major conspiracy, but I feel it in my heart like that it's right. I don't think it's the time to introduce a lot of you know psychotropics like psilocybin and all that because you've heard the phrase good vibrations, right? And if you've ever taken mushrooms or anything like things come in like pulses, like you're seeing like vibrations, like you're witnessing different images because of these vibrations and how they're connecting. And so if you think about other things and systems in the physical world, electronic, specific, and your phones don't even use 5G right now. And I sound like a fucking lunatic saying this, but when you're constantly ingesting psilocybin, your mind can be altered one way or another, right? You got to view them as like opening your mind, but things of good and bad can go in and out. And so I actually worry about that because it can change a lot of people's mindsets and what's good for them and what they should be doing for their life. I do believe though it has tremendous effects, especially on addiction, depression, all of that. But like you got to take a moon dose to like pack up that medicine for a few years. And like the microdose thing, it's kind of like a fad, right? Because like when you're taking something of that type of stimulant so in low doses, you're not really getting the full therapeutical advantage to it. You're only getting something that gives you like a body numb. Um, and those are just my opinions, but yeah, I like weed. Mushrooms, I question because a lot of people just buy stuff and they're buying stuff from people that are just trying to make profit, right? Like not somebody that's trying to like curate perfect medicine.
Yeah, well,
My,
you have the other hand of that too, though, is that even studies on marijuana, reefer madness, the you know the properties of it changing your mind over time too. Introducing it and opening it up legally at this point in time too leads for them to put different chemicals in it, or and it's the
I
same
mean,
with
to be
beers,
honest, like
beer, all
the
other stuff.
cannabis that's served in dispensaries these days are probably worse for you than leaving your cell phone between your balls, microplastics, and everything else that could cause you to have infertility. Because a lot of farming practices, especially in cannabis, you don't want to damage the biological life. You want to stunt what's killing it, and generally it's pests, bugs, and so you don't want to kill the bugs in the process. Also kill the plant. So what they do is they administer two different sprays that basically castrate and take away the reproducing abilities of the next lineage. So the bugs have very short shelf time, like they're very small amount of life, but they reproduce so fast. So the goal of the farmer is to stunt the next generation from being able to breed. And all of that actually gets concentrated and distributed throughout the United States and the world, and especially in Thailand. They're out there using fluoramite, and that shit will literally castrate your kids before you have kids, but not you. It's not going to harm you. It's going to harm um, your children. They always find a way to weaponize everything.
You guys watching Gork?
Sending tough,
Okay,
bro.
Just ripped from 2 mil to 7 mil. Holy shit! What is this? It's a funny parody account, the Gork, but there's a lot of KOLs with a decent amount in there that I know they're gonna rip it out. But it's sending, man.
Yeah, I got in kind of early. Really wasn't expecting this.
Great fucking play.
Yeah, they called it in Josh's group at like 250K.
There's a winner.
Damn, it's sending. Even House is fucking performing pretty well. It just ripped up to 117. Wizard 344, Land 273, and Gork 6.97 mil.
The fact that House is holding that 100 mil is bullish.
Very bullish. Very, very bullish. Yeah, that username with that parody didn't didn't a Twitter person repost it? Alex Chen from XAI was like, Gork, yo.
Yeah, like an ex-employee said something or retweeted or something like that.
Is it a real account or you think somebody's LARPing?
I have no idea, bro. Really haven't got to look into it too much. I'm just trying to watch the chart.
Yeah, that's crazy. Trying to see who it's followed by. Yeah, I don't know, man.
15 million volume in 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's crazy. 16.3 now. Damn.
But yeah, I'm confused. I really don't even know what it is, honestly.
Did Jobcoin make any moves?
I'm not sure. I haven't checked that one.
I mean, I figure if you buy both of those, house and job, I mean, you can at least tell people you have a house and job. Coin next. It's only inevitable. I mean, we'll create a coin for everything and then sell it all to Rockstar. What do you think about that? Everybody just sells everything to Rockstar so that way they can put it all in the game.
It's a good idea.
I mean, that would be the next huge move for them. I mean, to have, all the labels, all the names, all the brands hooked to inside the game. So, all the big stores, like you're walking into Gucci, you're walking into all the big names and, the watches and this and that. Because I mean, it's always been just off brand. But once they get the real cars in there, dude, like people are gonna they pay shark bucks for cars that aren't even, name brand. Just imagine when it's name brand. And that's what I mean about the cryptocurrency or any MMO that's online. They don't want real world trading. Like they want to keep those revenues for themselves. But then you got games. I hope it goes in a direction like Skyrim where, the modding community makes a lot of money off of it, and they're able to tweak the game and change people's experience. And that creates, thousands of jobs. I mean, and that's on Minecraft and Roblox and Sandbox and all these games that create that actually can have multiple creators around them. Because these studios, they pay a lot of people. They support a huge part of the economy, musicians and artists and writers and everything that goes along with it, product designers, and that's the robustness of our economy off of this part too, is that people don't realize how much, like you try to explain to an older person, hey, Bitcoin. Well, they're like, I can't hold it, I can't feel it, it's fake, it's not real. But the real part about it is the hardware and electricity and the real raw materials that are actually going in to keep the system running. How many, graphics cards were sold and stock in NVIDIA, how many people, upped huge on NVIDIA as well. There's such a cascading effect. And that's why I think Ripple, Ripple signifies, the era. It is a ripple in the water, and those rings are going to continue to extend.
Well, let's think about what it would mean if Ripple were to purchase Circle. That would be, global payment railway for Solana. And if Ripple now can provide that technology for Circle to continue on XRP somehow, I don't know how that works at all, but that'd be intense. That partnership would be big. This Gork is just flying, bro. 20 million in volume in the last hour. I mean, in the last half an hour.
Did you find any info on it?
No, it's just replying to everybody, but it's not made any posts. And they're calling it new XAI Gork, but like, why would XAI do that, right? That's my concern with it. And I'm following this new Twitter account now that shows me like every KOL, how much they put in, how much they have left, and how much they took out, and when they put it in, which is pretty cool. And
What's
some,
that account?
I'll send it to you right now. It's interesting because it allows me to gauge, because I know most of these guys and I know most their habits. Some are good, some are bad. So like I kind of I like to see, to try to be like, oh, this guy's got this much left. This guy aped this much this early, because then it'll give you a better like idea of how long it'll go, or how far it'll go. Look at what I just DM'd you. That gives you a full breakdown on the coin. So it says wait,
Oh yeah, this is pretty cool.
here's another one. So for Gork, Cup C put in 152 soul. He's sold 50 so far. There's a decent amount of people putting a lot of soul in this, but they got in so early.
Yeah, it's sketch.
Shit's ripping though.
In the sound of silence.
David, were you saying you've never done mushrooms before?
Oh no, I've taken plenty of mushrooms, but like I literally knew the people that produced them.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. You shouldn't be taking them recreationally too many times.
All those
Anyone?
polka dots, all the like the polka dot chocolate bars, all that shit, that is synthetic shit from China. None of it is
Oh,
real fucking
100%.
mushroom. It's
Yeah,
really bad for
100%.
people, and I think it's for other purposes. It's chemical warfare at the max.
Yeah, anyone that I've seen totally sketch out is when they just go off the deep end with it, to be honest. Take way too much.
And that whole kind of ego death is like, yeah, don't go out and party, right? Like get out in nature. For somebody in their lifetime experience to do it, it'll give you perspective. But like one thing I've noticed, and there's a lot of research on it, is like microdosing psilocybin has some. I there's a fine line there, but like man, it can give some really good benefits. Not medical advice or anything like that, but fuck, it can make you sharp on certain things. Like if you're gonna do an athletic event or something, it's like microdosed. Holy shit, it just sharpens everything. That's for me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, psychotropic. effects on the mind or chemical reactions. I mean, and you can think that all the things that are created right now, these things that we have are chemical, you know, chemical experimentation, basically. Like, I mean, even autism and these neurological problems are all created by a chemical or something that was introduced chemically. Because, I mean, we're bioelectric organisms. And yeah, I mean, I think that even, the homosexuality and all the things that are happening with the kids and transgenderisms all has to do with the shots and chemical introduction of X and Y chromosomes, or I mean, even the allergies. I mean, it all has to do with that. It's crazy, I mean, in jail, it's wild because juices have a skull and crossbones on them that says saccharin's been known to cause cancer to lab animals, and this is the things that we do, and it's acceptable, and only by the terms of experimentation that only 4 out of 100 are affected by it greatly, and that's what we take our terms by. It's like, whoa, it's like, man, and now it's like 1 out of every, or this many out of 100. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, 100%. You think about it, on the scale. How many? It used to be 1 out of 10,000. Now it's 36 out of 1,000. I mean, and I can't remember what the numbers were statistically, but dude, that should not be. I mean, if nobody's noticing that it's not a conspiracy theory, then and if you still think that that's not possible, then you're really thinking in the wrong direction for sure, because it's happening, and at a more alarming rate than it ever was. They've been talking about it since the 80s. I think even Jim Carrey was on a show talking about it, way back when. And it's like, you think about how far we've come now, and it's such a travesty. I mean, you would think that these parents would be outraged, but then they turn it around and they give you the soft side of it. We have to care for them, and you have this generation, and it's nobody's fault, and it's like this huge sob story that's in between. I feel dearly for the parents, who injected their children, and something happened to them, and now they have to live with that, but they love the child regardless. I mean, and that's in the godly way, in the responsible way. But then there's also that rage side where it's like, this has happened because, like, my child would not be like this, because of what they've done, or what's happened, or you know the reaction that they've had to these experimentation on these drugs. And we've reached this point where it's crazy. It's unbelievable to think that this has happened at such an alarming rate, and we've kind of, and we paid for it. I mean, they're pumping peanut allergies and all these allergies that they know scientifically that they can cure or have a recourse for it. And EpiPen skyrocketed 1,000% on parents, as well, with children with allergies, or even people that are allergic to bees. So maybe that's where a lot of this scientific research starts too, when people are naturally allergic to something like poison ivy or bees, or something that's in nature that has a reaction. So they've applied the same reaction to their medicines, their therapies, and all these other things. And it's heart-wrenching to think about how many parents are affected, and also how many parents have been moved into this psycho movement of mental health issues, where people think that it's right to tell children at certain ages these weird things, and groom them, and all this other stuff, and created this culture around that to kind of protect the pharmaceutical companies from what they've done and the monsters they've created. If I'm going down, I'm going down fighting. Ooh, just got goosebumps.
All right, who else wants to come up? Come up. What's the alpha, guys? I want to know what the fucking ape right now. Gork is got 23 million in volume so far. Housecoin is just piping. Uh, Land is sitting at 3 mil. Wizard is sitting at 3 mil. What up, Adar?
Not much, bro. Just packing my shit. I'm moving, so I want to pick up a U-Haul.
Oh, word.
Yeah. How are you guys?
Just chilling, bro. Been a crazy day so far.
You guys still holding Bonky? Or anyone bought Bonky?
No, I never got in.
Bro, you should have. I think that shit's gonna fly.
What's it at?
It's at so right now it's at 4,420. It just hit the all-time high, 560K. I put it in the chat at like 26K. But this is the first dog coin on Bonk Fund. Like it's legit first. Like I vetted it. That's why I shared it because I knew it's gonna go crazy. And by the way, they have like a first cat right now that like it's a 30 mil or something like that, which is absolute bullshit because that is not the first cat. So be careful with that one. There's a cat token which I also shared. It's currently like a 12K. So that might run as well. I think it will eventually when people realize that the current cat is just a cat. But that's the Adar Alpha for the day. We're printing, guys. We're fucking printing. I wish I was stationed a little bit more, but like I'm moving right now, and with the baby, I don't know if you do move with the baby. I haven't. It's my first time, and it's kind of like crazy. And I need to catch a flight because I'm flying to Europe for like 5 months, and I'll be trenching from there. So yeah, a lot of shit happening.
You know, one thing, just an observation, man. Thanks for the meta on that. But like, I noticed, and it's like it's kind of fucking cool to be honest. But like, I noticed a lot of dads are like able to kind of raise their kids, kind of do, work from kind of home or trade or whatever. Pretty freaking cool. But that's so common. I find so many of my friends now. I'm older. I've done that stuff, raised the family and stuff. But it's like a lot of you see this more common these days. Where like dads are kind of getting involved on those with the babies. It's just the way it is these days, which it's not. I don't think it's a bad thing by any means at all.
100%, bro. Like I quit my job a little bit over a year ago. I've been doing some like IRL things, just consulting people on some stuff that I did IRL, but and like I'm full time in this. Like I'm almost full time in this shit because I've been in crypto for a while, and dude, this is the future. You can make money here if you're smart and if you're just being a genuine person. Like just be a normal person. Don't be a piece of shit rugger. You can still make good money here, and I think I'm mostly working for the future of what the Web3 has to bring than for the current. For the current market state. Obviously you got to make some money to pay your bills and shit, but I'm not buying expensive cars. I'm not buying expensive shit. No, because I know whatever I'm going to spending on that today, it's going to be so much more money like in 2 years and 3 years and 4 and 5 years. So just really got to be smart about it. And you have to be devoted. Like treat this shit seriously. Like it's not just like a hobby. Like treat it like your life depends on it, which it kind of does for me right now. And you know what? I have the freedom. I don't have a fucking boss. I don't have anyone to tell me what to do. I don't have to be at a certain location at a certain hour for someone else and build someone else's dream. Fuck that shit. I'm building my own shit, and I'm doing crypto in the meantime, and I'm raising my kid. I'm blessed. and I'm really thankful for this opportunity. It's fucking amazing, guys.
Hallelujah to the Lamb. Yeah, I worked 20 years and retired during COVID and stuff, and seen everything that was going on, and decided to homeschool the boys. I mean, I'm a man with sons, and I'm blessed for sure. And you know, we have this kind of fork in the road right now where a lot of people were waking up to realize exactly what was happening, and that's with everybody. This isn't pinned down to a race or a culture, or this is a movement of the mind, and your mindset. So, we want to continue to gradually progress into a more educated nature, and with wealth comes responsibility. Because you could think about it right now, if we gave everyone $1 million, a lot of people would kill themselves, doing drugs and all this other stuff. I mean, we already see what these streams have produced, with the next generation doing crazy stuff and the drugs and all this stuff that ultimately leads to no good, and it's a waste of money. And I know it's entertaining, but it also doesn't teach the right approach either. But I mean, it's to each their own, absolutely 100%, and nothing's out of bounds when it comes to entertainment, because that's the way that it's always been. I mean, we see it throughout the ages. When we started television in the United States, it was good, moral, appropriate programming. But now it's turned into something totally, it's provocative, edgy, and, addicting. So, yeah, I mean, it's all how you choose, or, where you want to learn from. Everybody has a different mindset too. Some people, every man created equally as a man, yes, but not in intelligence either. And I think that all throughout history, that really is, the big problem too, is a bad shepherd. There's been a lot of bad shepherds, basically. A more intelligent mind trying to manipulate a lesser mind. And we all know people who actually have lesser minds. And do you take advantage of them and manipulate them, or do you help them and guide them? That's the difference.
Guys, Gork just went from 2 mil to 15 mil. Fucking pumped. Shout out to Mayhem.
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready and grill, and we're gonna go outside. It's gonna be a nice evening tonight. I hope everybody enjoys their evening. If you're just waking up on the other side of the world or whatever's happening, I hope you have the greatest day ever. And always remember family first. Shogun, thanks for having me as co-host, and all the guys that know me. Don't let your meatloaf. Have a great night.
Peace out, bro. Appreciate you. Damn, guys, how much higher you think this goes?
The volume just keeps picking up. I don't know.
It's gnarly, eh?
Yeah, it's insane. I haven't seen the volume play like this in a minute.
You moved with size when you saw it?
Honestly, I threw a soul in at 250K.
Oh, okay, nice, nice. You still got a decent amount though, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck yeah. Bro, you printed on that. Let's fucking go. That's exactly what I want to hear. You guys think this can go to 20?
I don't want to jinx it, but the way it's looking, I think it can. just based off the volume.
That Laney guy said he just dropped 300 soul into it.
Damn. Just keeps going up.
There was another Gork that went to 13 million. You see the other one, the AI one? I mean, I'm not
New,
buying
new,
either right now. I bought them. I jumped in
that's
and out.
that's this one, Gork, new XAI.
Oh, that is all right. Never mind. I was just watching
Yeah,
on a volume scanner.
it's at 14 mil right now.
It just stemmed from that account that popped up.
Yeah, I think I second guessed myself when I first saw it at 2 mil. I should have just threw 100 soul in. Fuck it, we're doing it live. These are good signs for the trenches, guys. Real good signs. Gotta keep it up. Yeah, the account is like retweeting everybody like crazy. The land coin is just percolating here between 2 and 3 mil, man. I don't know. Trolls at 34. House is holding up. House peaked at 118 and is now sitting at 113. Crazy times we're living in.
So that Gork X account is a new account, right? Like they haven't even posted.
0 posts, no following, only it's only retweeting everybody. And there's a Gork community with a bunch of people in it, and they just said the
You
Dex was paid.
could, I mean, no shade or whatever, but it reminds me of when Frank candled the DGod token.
Yeah, I mean anybody can make a parody account called Gork, right? Like almost anybody could do that.
But to have an established community, and then, again, like when he bottomed DGods out, and then he put in the what was it, $115,000 buy. Just the candle kind of looked like it. Same type of motion. That's it. That's all I'm really saying.
It looked like this.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and they're quiet off the field. Like they always kind of like pass out the info to their core. They 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 often like FUD campaigns, so like they're not seen. And yeah, I don't know. Theory.
Yeah, I
But
mean if they can keep this account going, like if it just retweets to
but
everybody that
but also look at this. It's like Gork is only going to be targeted to, or just like retarded CT crowd. You know,
yeah,
is it
that's
a trend? Is it a like what I mean? Like you know what's up.
yeah, I know what you mean.
It's a fatty runner. It reminds me of the Trump. It's like everybody's so like cautious to get in, thinking it's topped, and it just keeps running, right? Um, so it allows it to get up way high, so you can sideways extract. I don't know. Theory.
What's up, y'all?
Yo yo.
How's everybody doing today?
Good, bro. Trenches are looking trippy.
I know Gork's crazy, man.
Yeah, that locked in thing was pretty crazy.
Yeah, I didn't even get to see that. This shit's gonna go to 20 mil. That's crazy. In what? The past hour?
Yeah, I could see it going to 20 now.
It's staying steady between 3 and 4, even a little bit higher at the 5 minute.
Damn, this shit is pumping. Damn.
I'm heading back home to see my mom this weekend. Bought her something nice off of my Let's Bonk profits.
Yo,
Yo.
I
What
was
up?
waiting to make sure nobody was talking because sometimes it takes a while to connect. I just G-did my let's bonk bag because I was like, dude, this thing go, maybe it goes somewhere later, but right now I'm just trying to get my money back.
Yeah, you were DCing.
Yeah, DCA, I started, oh my God, I'm such an idiot. I started with like 25 bucks. It wasn't a lot, but I started with like 25 bucks, 25 bucks, 25 bucks, and then I went to 100, 200. And so it was only like 500 bucks total. But I was like, man, fuck, am I going to lose like 300, 400 bucks or am I going to gain something, right? So I'm going to post something in the chat. I'm not going to put it up top if you want to see what it just did. I just so happened to look at my phone when it did this. And I was like, dude, I would rather just take the peanuts. You know what I mean?
Don't tell me you just rocketed.
Dude, I just posted it in the thing down below, but it's 42 messages. I don't know where it's going to come up. Sorry.
It rocketed right when you sold.
Yeah, I sold the top of that. So that means it'll probably go higher. So if anyone wants to get in, it wasn't a lot of money. So don't get me wrong. I didn't make like $1,000 or something or more, but I was down like 200 bucks, bro. I sold,
What'd you get in at?
I was DCing the bottom, bro. I'm picky, bro. If it's got volume, I buy the hell out of the bottom, you know? So
I got in at
that's profit.
60K in here. What did we watch it climb up to? 10 million, Shogun?
Well,
Yeah.
GG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only made like two or three. I don't know. It says I made like a few $100. I don't believe it. I think it missed one of my transactions, but I did make some money when it first came out and got rid of it pretty quick. So that was good. Sometimes Dick Screener lies to you and you got to check your transactions. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's because the ag is pointing, if it's going to a different pool or if it's just because it misses one.
We're
But I'm
nearing
excited.
we're nearing 40 million volume on Gork, guys.
Yeah, I aped in at 10 mil. I wish I did when you said it was at 2. Fuck.
I got like three other plays. I'm waiting to do the same thing. I'm just hoping they just green candle. They're more, I don't want to say OG, but they're older memes. I'm just told.
Life If hit 140K today. That's Steerborns.
What hit?
Life If.
Oh yeah. All right, if you guys can all help retweet this space, raise your hand, come up. If you got any alpha, any questions, feel free. We've been in the trenches. It's been a good week so far. Wednesday, April 30th, 2:39 p.m. Solana has actually gone up since this morning. It was like 141 this morning. We're back up to 147 almost. Bitcoin 94. We got tons of projects. First time I've seen a project go straight to 20 mil. Well, not 20 mil yet, but I'm pretty sure it's about to hit 20 soon. But first time I've seen a project do that in a while. And also first time I've seen a project go past 100 million and hold the way that house is doing in a while. It's actually at 115 now. Let's fucking go. Land is kind of lagging behind. Not sure if I should.
That's my kind of trade, though. I might be looking. I need to pull that. I don't know if I still got that chart up.
Yeah, it's looking interesting. Let's see here.
If people are good at aping bottoms, like or like DCAing the bottoms, sometimes you get like a minimum 50% gain. Sometimes or and then 200% if you're good, but it's gotta have volume. Can't be too high either. Like you'll have something that's at like 20 mil or something, and it'll go down to 5, and everyone's aping, and then it goes down to 1.
For sure.
This shit just keeps God kindling.
People need something, man.
Tap 21 million.
Oh shit, it's going. Good thing I full ported.
Bro, what?
Nah, I'm kidding. But when you
He's
when
probably
you,
not.
no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But when you DM'd me, I'm just glad you DM'd it to me early. I was like 2 mil. I looked at it and I second guessed myself. Never again, bro. I probably should have just full ported it right there at 2. And then I looked at it at 3. Then I looked at it at 4. Then I looked at it at 5. Then I looked at it at 6. And I'm like, oh fuck, it's going.
Yeah, land's looking juicy for me. I'm not telling anyone to do anything. I want to make that very clear because you either make a lot or you lose a lot in these plays. But I don't know. Let me see. 2.3 million MC, 6,400 holders.
Yeah, I picked up a little bit more on that dip there, just in
I think,
case.
I think I'm going to drop my profits in right now and see what happens.
People probably selling to rotate into different shit like this, and then probably gonna rotate back. Yeah, let's see if this thing can go to 30. I just want house coin to do a quarter billy and I'll be happy. I mean, if we are really front running the bull run, then all of these things are super fucking early in retrospect to how inflated these Solana coins got even in the pre-run, like our pre-rich run. A lot of coins, even vaporware coins, were inflated up to the hundreds of millions and even the billions that all retraced 80 to 90%. If that was a precursor for what we're going to experience in the real bull, then all these numbers are baby. These are baby numbers right now that we think are a lot. Like, maybe we just got desensitized to it, but I'm telling you, 100 mil, like, we're like rejoicing for a coin to even get to 100 mil. I remember like early Solana days, 100 mil was like the benchmark.
Yeah, I
You'd
was gonna
regularly
say
have
this
coins
earlier.
going to the billions.
Yeah, I was gonna say this earlier that you'll have a lot hitting billions in the next. I always call it the big boy bull run, but yeah.
Yo, Shogun, I posted another one in there a minute ago. It's almost 2x. I'm not sure. I've seen a couple people post about it. That's the only reason I posted it.
What was the top of land? Like 6 mil or something? I can't quite tell. Is that
7.
7?
Land went to 6.8 overnight. Yeah, it's difficult. I don't know. It's difficult to tell. It's at 2 mil now, but it's hard for me to believe that house keeps going and land just stays here. The people in their X community grew. They have like 1.4 thousand members now. I mean, I'm looking at the top posts on it. I don't know. The engagement's pretty crazy.
I'll just put a bill in. I mean, I'm not aping heavy on shit like this. Some of you guys do, and I used to be that way, but yeah, we'll see.
Here's the test on Gork, guys. Here's the test on Gork. Can it go, or is it gonna drop? Here's some cells coming in. You think it can survive it? Is it gonna go? Oh shit. Mm, 17 mil.
I haven't touched that one. I faded it. It's fucking working.
At that one retrace and it pulled back again here. It's done that twice now. Here's a test. Does it still keep going, guys? Is Gork gonna keep going? What do you think?
Still got 2 million in volume in 5 minutes. Crazy.
Here it goes. Keep going. Yeah, baby. What up, L?
What's up?
Not much, not much. You see this Gork? Thing's flying.
No, it says I'm getting 10% price impact on land right now.
Yeah, I think I was gone when that. Did you guys catch it on the space?
Yeah, Mayhem brought it to my attention at like 2 mil.
Just my luck.
I think they scanned it at like 200K. Have you been looking at anything today?
I've been running around. Well, I'm like, as a courtesy, I'm still like helping out at this hotel, even though I don't need the job. So I'm multitasking. But yeah, I looked like I was all over Pump on this morning. But I made a 18x on Tornado, so that was good.
Oh shit, what was Tornado?
Like randomly got in at like 8K. It went to 300. It was like a beta play to house coin. It was like Tornado coin, you know. I don't know, it was whatever. It ran.
Yeah, this is either a really hard shakeout on land or I don't know. I mean, they have six
I'm
thousand
risking it
holders.
for the biscuit.
Yeah, 6,000 holders on land, 21,000 on house, and Gork has 6,400. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of expecting land to be much higher.
Do 12% price impact on it right now. What the fuck?
Yeah, I wonder why.
It's a good thing I didn't ape heavy. Could just be Jupiter's routing. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. Like if I was not, still working for money, then I would, because I do whatever, and then I have a day job too. So it's like I would probably be trying to make like a little cool game that you could just include all these tokens with and have stuff in game. It'd just be really cool to do. Nothing too crazy. I just thought it'd be cool because like these types of narratives have come up on Solana. I think this is at least the second time, right? So these types of narratives. So um would be cool to have like a game, like maybe a RPG game or something. Maybe like a similar to Pokemon or something without the catch 'em all. Maybe like a I don't know, other style RPG. I'd have to think about it. But anyways, and then you just have like your fucking house coin and your white picket fixed fence coin and your pet.
Yeah, it would definitely be interesting.
Holy shit. Did you by chance check out that job coin chart?
Not recently. What happened with it?
Dropped from 1.8 million to 875,000 on a 1 minute candle.
No way.
Yeah.
It was at 2 mil just now. Someone sold. Heavy.
Yeah. It dropped pretty fucking hard.
Yeah, land just up a bunch too. Not quite that much, but a bunch.
They're not selling my favorite edibles anymore. I feel like I need them to win.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I know. They're like little baby mints. Well, and I'm very
Mint.
sad. Well, they're like hard candies. They're only 2.5. They don't get me high. They just like help me focus. And I just can't get them. And I'm like, I realize I'm an addict to these candies. It's my secret sauce.
I get inebriated as fuck to trade, so you said you don't get high and you're addicted. I'm just trolling you. I'm sorry, that was mean. But no, I'm a dude. I have to smoke and fucking all day, or I'm a handful. I won't shut the fuck up. You know.
Yeah, no, I don't really like alone. I'll get high like late at night or something. But yeah, I don't really get high. It's just like I think it balances out my personality in my own head, not for other people.
Yeah. I just DCA'd into fucking land, and I could totally sell right now, but I'd rather see what happens.
Do you guys know anyone like who's pushing the project or anything for land? Anything about that?
No, not really. Other than the X community. People are kind of just, I think we're formulating that as the beta yesterday, but it needs to really hold today for that to become a thing.
And it's crazy, like when you show like long term investors that like only touch like top 50 type coins and shit. And then you show them a chart where you like DCA'd and then it had like a micro pump at the bottom and you sold at a profit. Like it blows their mind that you can do that. You know what I mean? Because it just looks crazy on the chart. It just looks unbelievable, you know?
The U.S. and Ukraine just signed the mineral deal.
Next, you're going to have like backhoe and shit or whatever those things are, whatever you use to dig.
Where's the raw earth minerals ticker? Who's got it?
Yeah, let's start at RIM. It's going to be a RIMmy derivative. Nope.
It said Aiden Ross just bought Gork. Why would he
So
do?
is that a top signal?
Um,
I'm sure. I'm joking. I won't FUD.
no, but I genuinely want to know why would he just buy that?
Because if you think that if Aiden bought 50K of that one coin, please believe he made 10 times the value of whatever he bought in public. Okay? Like I was saying earlier.
He was on my flight to Nashville last year for Bitcoin. I kept like looking like, do I know that guy? Then I figured it out.
Was he in first class or business or something?
I couldn't even tell you. He just like had a mullet and he was short.
That's not Aiden Ross.
Oh, I don't know. It was him.
Is
Whatever.
that? I'm joking. Are you
He was
talking
tall.
about?
I'm 5'10", so I don't know. He was short to me.
Maybe he had a mullet at some point.
Yeah, this was a year ago.
Theo Vaughn. He has a mullet.
No, I like Theo. I would have said what's up to him. He was so funny when he was talking about his chair broke during the whatever inauguration.
Oh shit! Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I was like, wait, when did that happen? And then, yeah, I realized. Okay.
He
Yeah.
was like saying that
Yep.
like some wealthy older lady next to him like scoffed, and he just kept talking shit about her, scoffing at him.
It's just crazy because, like, you know, obviously it's not his chair and he couldn't help it. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah, I know. That's why it was obnoxious of that woman to do that.
plus
He
he's
was
like,
like,
he's
clearly
pretty
you're in the
thin.
wrong section, woman. You're in the ghetto section with the folding chairs.
Like, you want someone like Theo Von to lose another 20 pounds, bro? He's like, I have a friend who broke lawn furniture twice in a row, and I knew it was going to happen because it was outside rotted and shit. And he sat down and he plopped down and it just shattered. And then he dusts us off. He gets another one and plops down again, fucking shatters right there. It was the most embarrassing thing that could ever happen to someone.
Shogun, you see that thought token? It says first token created by Gork. It fucking ran so hard. I have no
There's
clue
one.
what it's gonna do. Huh?
You mean fuck coin?
No, it's thought token, and then it says first coin created by Gork, which is a pump. Is pump is Gork launching tokens on pump? Like, is that what the lure is, or I'm trying to figure it out?
Dude, first time I heard that word, I didn't know what the fuck it was. Like someone someone said thought and I was like, what the fuck? It's like years ago. It was so weird. But yeah, but no, it's probably. I mean, is Gork like an actual? Is it like an agent or something? What is Gork? I
I
don't
mean,
even know.
it all could just be a giant troll with a ton
That's
of
usually
money,
what it is.
but
Usually, it's just the narrative, like you said. Yeah.
Yeah, David, I mean, it's the 42nd, 43rd Grok deriv. Fuck's sake. Like it's like they're coming up with smart stuff, but at the
I
end
don't
of the
know.
day, like just pull up the Grok chart on ETH. It's got 25,000 members, and then overlay that with ETH, and it runs when ETH runs. And so I mean, it's the hottest real world narrative. It's just since it's not running because ETH's not running, everyone's trying to launch derivs of it on Solana. But I mean, you can't really beat the OG eventually when liquidity comes back.
Yeah, I was day trading on ETH when Grok came out, like that token came out, and no one really knew what was going on at that exact moment, right? So many people faded it just thinking it was more nonsense.
Yeah, none of the KOLs got in, and then Zach XBT or whatever put a post out saying it got, oh, the guy was a rugger, and then that was November 2023, I think, but it ran up to 200 mil, and it's the single most engaged with meme by Elon outside of Doge. I mean, they've had like 20 engagements, reposts just since February. It's actually insane, but no one bids it because ETH's not running. So, put that up there with top 8 memes when liquidity comes back. I mean, it's a no-brainer. You go look at their actual memes, but yeah, everyone's going to keep launching derivatives in the meantime.
Yeah, nowadays all you got to do is put together like a really good or halfway decent video with like some narrative, and then hope that it goes to a certain point to get people to call it. But
yeah, I mean, ones like that on ETH don't really need the KO, like the big KOLs anymore. I mean, the way I think is probably not the way everyone else thinks. It's probably a little too on the nose, maybe. To me, I mean, Elon is the mimetic lord. He's the one who kind of orchestrates a lot of the sentiment. So he is the meme master. Combine that with the hottest narrative in the world right now is AI tech. So his AI, memeified, is Grok. Just, I don't know, maybe it's too obvious for me, but we'll see.
the hell was that thing called? Kekis Maximus. That's right. I remember. Okay. Took me a second. It was funny watching news outlets try to cover Kekis Maximus or whatever. I have PTSD from trading. I'm trying not to sell right now. Trying. I need to hold it. By the way, I just wanted to say this is fucking random, but I just have to say this. Like, if anyone's trading a lot and they are like down on themselves because like they're looking for a particular number that they're trying to trade to or whatever, but they've had successes, like just go back and do the math. And usually if you've been successful, like you're already doing good enough. Like I started doing that to myself recently. I was like, man, fuck, I gotta put in more trades and more trades and more trades, or I'm not gonna make this target every when you calculate it out per day, right? And I don't know, like I finally sat down and did the math and I was like triple my target. So like I'm just saying, like, don't like be hard on yourself if you're actually making trades. Cause you know, I would, yeah. So we tend to do that. Like we lose track of like how much gains we actually need.
Most of the time, trading less is more profitable if you get in the right trades.
Yeah, and you tend to hold it longer because you have less on the line as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm already about to cheat for $46 over here, and I'd be okay with that because I just between this trade and my last trade, I would make my whole day's wage. It's funny as people. I have some friends that'll check my wallets, and they're like, "What the fuck are you doing, man?" And it's like, dude, all my shit. Like when I go out to the bar, it's free. Like when I go to the gas station, it's free. They're like, "What the hell are you talking about?" It's like, dude, put in a $250 trade, sell for 350, sell for 300. Like now you have $50 to go get some drinks and something to eat, and what or a monster, whatever the fuck you want. Like I barely spend like my money that I make throughout the day, like working, on nonsense. It just goes straight into crypto, like almost 100%.
Apparently, Scrappy says top holder on Gork is number 5 on Lemon.
Oh, my
Top
computer up.
holder. Top holder is that Risk guy. Risk.
Which risk?
Let me look. Hold on.
Like Risk Inc. or Risk Bets Dev?
All right, there we go. I'm excited, yo. I just so I'm just saying this not to brag. I just let people know so because we're all traders here, but I just DCA'd into land, took out my initial, and just holding the rest now. So whatever happens, I don't give a fuck. You know.
Fuck yeah.
So his ad is Risk 100x.
I don't know who the fuck that is. Hold up. He's number 5 holder in Lemon too. He's got 79K in there.
To Shogun's point earlier about trying to support the alpha and stuff like that. I mean, you look at Gork. I looked at what's migrated. There's over 16 of these in the last 2 hours. Like that's fucking ridiculous.
Damn, dude.
I have no idea who that dude is.
Yeah, they've had agents for a while as well. I mean, I know this is different where people are just creating, but did y'all see the video where they'll show like a popular news, thing that's going on, whether it's an announcement or a speech or whatever, and they'll sit there and watch in real time as the tokens are being created. They'll just pick out like key phrases of the speech or whatever it is, and they're just being created like one after the other.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, who we're kind of up against.
Indians,
23 million.
Asians,
Jeez.
2 billion Asians, or three, I don't know.
Boom, there you go. Just doubled it. Made 111 soul on that.
GG.
Fuck
I
yeah.
was not. That's why I asked. I'm like, can it go to 22?
You're wild, bro.
He just fucking full ported and told on himself and then told on himself again. I'm joking.
Yeah, I made 120 soul.
I was sweating for a minute. I'm not gonna lie.
I would be too. I trade heavy too, bro. Don't get me wrong. Like, dude, when fucking Solana kept dipping all the way to 94.5, whatever the fuck it went to, I'd have to get the exact numbers. I've got a screenshot somewhere, but I was like 13 cent, or it was something like that, or less than maybe 20 cent. I don't know, off the literal bottom from getting liquidated. And the only reason I didn't was because I kept entering my position all the way down from like 130 or something, and I ended up, dude, I ended up having like 20 grand in this fucking trade or something, and so it spikes after holding it for a month. And I'm just sitting there like, fuck it, I'm getting out. And then, of course, it goes to 150. But
Nice trade, Shogun. Congrats.
GG.
Yo, I got back into the space late. I didn't realize Shogun was in this. Fucking congrats, dude. That's fantastic. Well done.
You could find his wallet based on what you just said.
Yeah, it was Mayhem though. Mayhem DM'd it to me.
I got a couple friends that would actually, I know you were joking earlier, but I've got a couple friends that would actually full port like last bull run every time. And because of that, you know, they made a fuckload of money. But, you know, it all comes to an end if you're not smart with it. So they, like I have one who ran up like maybe like 10 grand or something. I don't quite remember, to like 600K or something in less than 10 trades. And then, yeah, you can guess what happened, but yeah.
House retraced a little bit as well. 103. That's probably what that pullback was.
Yeah, we were chatting yesterday about the potential of, I mean, it should go higher, but the potential of like a fake out wick above 100 to get everyone excited and bidding. But I mean, hopefully it continues higher, because if it does, it'll move fast.
Yeah, if it keeps, yeah, token, you're right. If tokens like that keep that volume, it just go crazy.
It's also a monthly close today, so there's fuckery everywhere.
Dude, like Israel's like burning right now. And like sandstorms. The whole country's on fire.
Is it? What's happening there?
Yeah, it's just burning. And like some people are refusing to send planes and stuff. Jerusalem is on fire. Bad.
What the heck?
Greece refuses to send firefighting planes.
right, let's see. This is probably gonna like invigorate other projects to do something. We got to be there to catch them. Fart Coin Whale 1 hour ago bought 10 grand of Gork and is now 186K in profit.
Yeah, I pulled most of my profits out.
That's how I would make a lot of my money is I would just go in with size on volume charts. I did really well that way.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed in Please. I did a snipe on it the other day and left the, remaining in. And so I didn't lose money technically, I guess, but it's just like less than half of what it was, I guess. Did the same thing with Fat as well and Flog. I did a snipe on all of those one day, or whatever you call that, I guess, where you just hop in and out. And they haven't really moved since I sold, I guess. Locked in is down, but there's not a ton of holders. I think there's less than 3,000. I'm on Deck Screener, so I don't know if it's updated, but
Pretty sure I just sold the top of that. Shogun sold. Everybody get out.
I was selling 15% the whole way up.
Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's probably gonna rebound here. It does feel a little cabally, but like I'm just trying to think like if they wanted to keep this going, they would just, how they had like that person in Zero Bro just tweeting 24/7? If they had that in Gork and anytime anybody tweeted Gork, they just replied with a retarded version of what Grok would tweet. It's kind of it might stick. Like that's the only way that I could see it sticking around.
is this a dumb question? Which one are you buying? I wasn't even paying attention earlier because there's one on ETH and Solana.
Oh, there's a Gork on ETH?
Yeah,
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
released an
Oh
hour and
fuck.
57 minutes ago, and then there's one released an hour and 17 minutes ago on Solana. And then there's
My bad. I was talking about the one on Sol that just hit 23 mil.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
the
at the
Ethorn's
one.
got like 800K volume. Hit like, what did it hit? Like 1.2?
Yeah.
I found something funny as well. It's not an official call, but I thought it was cool. So if you look at the land deployer, they also deployed a token called Delusional. And it's funny. I'm not saying anything other than the fact that I think it's funny, but it's like, be delusional. Believe you can make it work no matter what. Believe that regardless of what happens, it'll all work out. And it's just like a bunch of lines about being delusional. So I thought it was funny because I was like, it's like a word that we say a lot, but not an official call. Yeah, we'll see if somebody ends up CTOing it or picking it up. I mean, a lot of people are delusional outside of crypto too. So it's not really like just the Lulu is not just a crypto thing. I scanned it. It's at like 80K. It's at 150. It ripped up to 150. But it's the same deployer as land. But then it's like I don't know if I trust land. Like I trust house, and land's done a great job at becoming the beta, but they're not doing a great job of keeping it. They've got to rip it up here to bring people back in and bring the trust back in. I bid some more here just in case.
Yeah, I was scared to buy locked in, and it's trying to pump from the bottom right now. I don't know how much it's going to go up though. It's just not the same amount of. It's like a third of the holders of land, and land didn't even have that many.
Yeah, locked in I only liked because they jacked my picture. But other than that, it didn't really have much going for it. I mean, one thing I do is like I'm really selective when I go through. I look at every account that's talking about it, and if there's no efforts in those accounts, it just seems like low quality and sketchy to me, and I just bounce. Like I'm really picky when it comes to that kind of shit.
Yeah, because like it's just weird. Sometimes you'll have tokens that out of nowhere volume will just cease, and you're like, "What the fuck? Why?" And then it turns out no one cared to do anything. You know.
Wasn't that like the volume bots, and then they wait, and then if momentum doesn't, just kind
There's a lot of
of
that too.
yeah. But locked in looks. I mean, there's no. I'm on Axiom. There's no bundles, no insiders, no snipers.
But
Just like
yeah, with the
backers.
holder count so low, that's what I'm scared of with locked in. That's why I brought it up. So I mean, it could go to multi millions for all we know. But what I usually see is this little retracement that you get here and a big dump, and then you may see a slow ride up over time if they have a a community of people that care. But I don't know. I haven't been watching it that much. I will say I kind of regret not buying that little dip. I was sitting here watching it, hoping it would go to like 200K. So I just faded that one. It's all good because those are the trades I look for. I just buy bottom, get out. So
It's not a bad strat. Like watch things that have like had potential, did something, like had some sort of run up, community, content, people, anything there. Wait for them to retrace, wait for them to hit the absolute bottom, bid it, and then for sure you're gonna hit a little 2x bump, like a
yep,
relief pump from there.
yep. Usually you can get at least 50%, man. Honestly, and but yeah, you just got like Shogun was saying, you just got to be careful because there's situations where there's just no support, and it's hard to see that until you really have to, like, when you're trading stuff like what we're talking about, you really got to watch it because like momentum is so important.
To be honest, I don't mind this locked in chart. Looking at it, it doesn't look too bad. What do you guys think?
On locked in or which one?
Yeah, locked in because it's not a PvP of anything. It's an inspired by runs parallel to some other things, but it's on its own. it's spawn out of the house meta, but there's no people
Now,
who
here's my problem with it. If I like the fact that they made a Google form, but had they put a little bit more effort into that Google form, like I liked it from an outside perspective, but when I went into the Google form, like it was smart if they were able to be like, or do you want to apply as a raider? Can you make content? Do you have video editing skills? Like, how many followers do you have on Twitter? Like, blah 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 blah. If they've beefed out the Google form a little bit more and actually got people to apply to work at this fucking project for free, you know what I mean, dude? That's what they need to be doing.
That's
They need
spot
100 raiders, 100 content creators, 100 video guys, like 100 memers. Like if they could find those types of people and then put them to work, like clock them in 9 to 5, so that there's always people working on this project. That's what they need to be doing.
Man, I'm so disappointed in myself. I was looking for a snipe on that real quick, and I just missed a 30% because I hesitated. I was like, nah.
It went to 245 and then it ripped up to 440. But look, their fucking Google form says fuck LinkedIn, get locked in, right? And it says, what job would you like to apply for at Locked In? What experience do you have for this job? What is your expected salary? See, that last one threw me off. If they asked a couple more questions, and then they would have been able to get more from it, right? But I mean, it's still a pretty good. I've not seen any project do something like that, which is pretty cool. And the reason why this is bullish is because Elon hates LinkedIn, and there's been a lot of LinkedIn hate from the X people.
Dude, LinkedIn sucks so much, bro. Like, we don't have to go over it, but yeah, it's just terrible. They, what's the word? The culture is just disgusting.
Disgusting. I think it's just clunky and it's just starting to be outdated because we're so used to living in Web3, but I don't know if it's disgusting.
The culture, man, I'm telling you, go online. Like, there's whole like videos where they deep dive into how people act and how they're lying and how they're fake, and then all these businesses that are like justifying like mass layoffs and stuff, and they'll do posts on there that are just like completely disconnected from reality and humanity. Like, don't get me wrong, like I'm a meritocracy kind of guy. Like, I love the idea of doing business, but it's just I don't know. Everyone has different opinions on that. So I've been in the corporate world a lot, and you would think I wouldn't feel this way, but I really do. I mean, it's just wild. Just, I don't know if you have, but if you have time, YouTube, other platforms, people do deep dives into this, and the culture's something else. It's just all
What are
fake.
people using now? I had to go on when I was like looking for my job, and I got a bunch of AI bot stuff, which was super annoying. I fell for it like the first time, and then like someone was texting me, and I was like, "Are they using AI to like make their text like funnier?" And, like now I'm just like paranoid about the whole world because there's like AI for like dudes to like sound better in text and stuff. And like I'm just getting jaded about like so much. That's why I live in the middle of nowhere. I don't know what I would have used. Like that's how I got my job was through LinkedIn. So like
Well, I
I
do the
just
same thing, yeah, but like
yeah.
once you get to a certain level, it's just all fake. I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. Like, I guess everyone's opinion on it's different, but it's kind of like that fake corporate culture thing, and it's just, I don't know, it's just people masquerading.
We probably need something totally new because there's still gonna be a need like for some platform for that.
Yeah, they want to go somewhere, yeah. Um, they need a platform for all the customer care reps that are on LinkedIn. Just being honest. I do think it's stupid how it notifies people if you look at their profile. So I literally never go to anyone's profile because of that. I'll just search them and look at the search, and that's it. I won't click it.
I think you have to pay to see who sees you.
Yeah, it'll tell you, and I think maybe there's some free. I could be wrong, but it'll at least tell you how many. I know that, I think.
You can always
So
view them and then block them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I use. I use LinkedIn. I apply, like when I look for work, that's what I do. And I just filter what I'm looking for. Like,
I just didn't know what else to use because I've been out of the workforce for 2 years, and I did feel like kind of like old school going back on it. But like, where else would I
well,
go?
people are using newer platforms now, but LinkedIn, ZipRecruiter, and Indeed are probably the top ones still, I believe. I haven't looked for a job in a few years, so I don't know for sure, but I think those are still the top. And I think maybe you can just copy your profiles to each now. I'm not quite sure on that 100%, but I think they make it easier. I'm not gonna lie, I only have a job because like it gives you steady income. That's literally the only reason. And I'm in tech, so like I just fix computers all day remotely. I don't have to take calls. I don't have to like go into the office, and I get paid every week. So why
Yeah,
wouldn't I?
no, I know. It's good to have a paycheck. I agree.
Yeah, because I'm definitely good. Like I've actually traded in the last few years. I've made more money trading than I did at my day job, but it's I want to be at a certain point before I just stop an income and then have to work for a business or like work towards my own revenue stream.
Yeah, well, I made more than my salary on one trade, so I was like, "Fuck, going back to work." But now I want the income, so
Yeah. If you make enough on a trade or just have enough in general, which is none of my business, but if you do, then you can just find somewhere good to stake it and just trade with the dividends, and then you would just keep your income. So what you would do is you just look for like a really easy job, just to make sure you can pay your bills, and then just not necessarily lock away, but you know what I mean, put away like a good amount, and then you just day trade with that. Um, but you do have to have a fair amount, a few hundred K usually. But like if you take something like SUI, you take all the protocol tokens, wait for them to dip DCA into them, drop them all into yields, drop them all into places where you get yields. You'll never lose money on it because you're just, you bought the bottom. And SUI is just one of those ones right now. So, anyways.
yeah, thanks. I don't know anything about yields, but I can always look into it.
Yeah, I don't get a bunch of money in yields, but I get a few dollars a day. And yeah, so at least it's something. Solana has Camino Finance. I don't really use it, but that exists. I think you got to have a VPN probably. So probably want to go with the ones that don't. But anyways, I'll tell you straight up. Like, so I had a friend who put like a few bucks in a dog with hat, and literally wrote it to a million. So he, I asked him multiple times. I was like, bro, why didn't you just fucking distribute the money into some some quote unquote safe plays and just live off the yields while you like get your thoughts together and figure out what you want to do with life, because whatever, say 30 years old with $1 million. I mean, it's not enough to retire on, but because of inflation, but it's a start, it's a huge start. Everyone's trying to get $1 million, but don't realize they retire in 40 or 50 years. It's like, bro, we probably need more.